North Texas Bulls gear up here at home for their home opener, taking on the road visiting West Texas Buccaneers. Welcome in to the broadcast today, ladies and gentlemen, and to the pre-game show. I am your play-by-play announcer and the official voice of the North Texas Bulls, Grayson Ouellette. Alongside me today is my color analyst, Dominique Henry. Dom, for the first time, as I said, in over a quarter century, professional football is back here in downtown Fort Worth, Texas, and this time it's in the shape of the North Texas Bulls coming into today at 2-0 overall. They had a Week 1 victory back on March 13th on the road against the San Antonio Gunslingers. 62-48 was the final score. They got a bit of an interesting win in their second game against West Texas as well back on March 27th. Might talk about that one a little bit later. But now here we are today. It's April 11th. It's a beautiful Sunday outside in Fort Worth, Texas. We're here inside in the air-conditioned Fort Worth Convention Center, a legendary venue. Dom, how are you feeling today?
You know, I can feel the energy inside the building. You know, it has that first time getting on the football field as a little kid when you go out for Little League. And for these guys right here, after 26 years of no football in Fort Worth, arena football is back here for the North Texas Bulls. So, hope to see a great showing. And with this offense, wouldn't be surprised with a lot of points scored. Well,
we know that we certainly have a talented unit here at home in the North Texas Bulls as they continue to warm up. They just broke huddle there following their warm-ups for their home opener here at the Fort Worth Convention Center. As I mentioned earlier, the Bulls coming into today at 2-0 overall. Week 1 back on March 13th. That was over a month ago at this point, essentially, Dom. 62-48 win over the San Antonio Gunslingers in San Antonio. It was a electric showing for the Bulls and especially their starting quarterback, Robert Kent Jr. in that Week 1 victory. 260 yards passing, 15 of 25 through the air, 8 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's the 6'5", 235-pound man out of Jackson State leading this Bulls unit here today.
You know, he is on tear right now. And as a quarterback, once you're on point, it's hard to get off cue. And for him right now, 8 touchdowns, no interceptions, over 60% passing. It's an amazing job. And you got to give credit to his offensive line and his receivers for doing their part and making him stay clean in the pocket.
And, you know, we'll give a shout out to the starting lineup for the North Texas Bulls later on during the pregame festivities. That's also one of my responsibilities here during pregame, Dom. So I'm going to transition on over to introducing the starting lineups later here for everybody at the Fort Worth Convention Center, as well as our fans on the air tuning in right now live on YouTube. So Robert Kent Jr. is the starting quarterback leading the show for North Texas today. The head coach is Victor Mann, a gentleman who's been in professional arena football for multiple years. He's got multiple arena football championships, including one back in 2017, and he is now the leader on the sidelines for the Bulls as Robert Kent Jr., a quarterback that he's worked with for multiple years as well. The two of them are basically one and the same. They're always on the same page, and they both have the same exact goals for this 2021 season, the inaugural season of the American Arena League, which is 2 things: go undefeated and win a championship or bust. And that's certainly a goal for your first season as a football team, Dom.
And that's any team in general. You know, it's kind of like the Lakers, kind of like Celtics. Championship or bust. And in football, for these two right here, especially for Coach Mann, he feels that this unit is poised to win a championship, and they don't. It's going to be very scary, and a lot of questions will be asked of why you didn't win the championship.
And the team that the Bulls have to face today coming into this game at 2-0 overall is the West Texas Buccaneers, another one of the 4 teams in the American Arena League West Division. The West Division is made up of only Texas-based teams. You've got the North Texas Bulls, the West Texas Buccaneers, which are the 2 teams we're seeing today. There's also the San Antonio Gunslingers, as I mentioned earlier, and then there's the Texas Takeover, which are based out of Central Texas as well. If you're a Bulls fan, you'll have a look at the Takeover later on in this 2021 season. But today, the focus is the West Texas Buccaneers. They come into today at 0-1 overall. They only had 1 matchup so far this season, and that was back on March 27th, about 2 weeks ago. There was supposed to be a game between the North Texas Bulls and the West Texas Buccaneers there in El Paso, Texas. And, you know, the details are still a little iffy about what exactly went down that day, Dom. But long story short, the league and the officials at the game made a decision to cancel the game, and the Bulls were awarded a technicality win. So West Texas comes in here to today 0-1 and incredibly hungry to finally get a shot at these Bulls on the field.
You're not lying right there, especially because coming 4 out from West Texas out to Fort Worth, you're not looking to go back with a loss. So for this West Texas unit, they're coming out and they know how fast this Bulls offense can go and get on pace. So they have to come out fast, get stops early, and make sure they capitalize on the offensive end.
For West Texas, their head coach and also their owner is Craig Davis. He is a very, I want to say a very calm demeanor, but you can tell that he's really thinking about this game and that he's been mentally preparing for this up to this very second right now. I'm sure he's still thinking about his game plan, thinking about how he's going to attack these North Texas Bulls today. And his right-hand man, the starting quarterback for the Buccaneers, is Jeffrey Turnbull. He'll be wearing number 1 this afternoon, a former man out of Texas Tech University. He's a little bit shorter, a little bit stockier of a quarterback, but he's got a heck of a lot of heart, ton of charisma, and certainly the kind of guy that you want amping up your team if you're the West Texas Buccaneers at quarterback.
For sure, and especially, as you know, Coach Kingsbury and also Mike Leach. In that system, no matter the size of the quarterback, they're going to have a great arm. So for him, he will have to come out here and, like you said, have to get on pace early, make sure the receivers are on target, and for an opportunity for them to possibly upset the North Texas Bulls today.
So the West Texas Buccaneers, as I mentioned, they're just 0-1 coming into today. They're still yearning for their first on-field action of the 2021 American Arena League season. We're still in the first half of the American Arena League season in 2021, actually, Dom. There's still about 5 games left to play for this North Texas Bulls season. They're going to go on the road in their next matchup back to San Antonio to take on the Gunslingers again. And then they're going to have 4 straight home games here at the Fort Worth Convention Center. But this is really the historic moment here today. As we said, it's been 26 years since Fort Worth has had a professional football team, a team that they can be proud of and represent. And the North Texas Bulls bring a lot of experience, not only in Arena League football, but there are multiple players on this team with NFL experience as well. And they're really looking to make this this organization one that the city of Fort Worth can be proud of.
That is very true. And like you said, a lot of experience from the NFL and also other arena leagues. Like you said, Coach Mann is looking for a championship or it's a bust because the experience that he has on this unit, he feels like no other team in this league has that same experience. And also a coach like Coach Mann to really get out there, and he feels confident in his offense and his defense to get him off the field. So,
and a lot of gentlemen that we'll be talking about during the starting lineups later during the pregame are obviously going to be starting for the North Texas Bulls today with that NFL experience. A couple of guys that I'd like to mention that just do have some former professional football in the biggest league in the world in LaDon Hudson. He's going to be a starting linebacker for the North Texas Bulls today. He's actually a former wide receiver for the Carolina Panthers.
Nice.
So he's transitioned over to defense. He says he loves playing linebacker, and that was something that he always yearned for when he was growing up in high school, college, and even in the NFL playing receiver, is that he never got to give those hits back to the guys that were hitting him. So now he's glad that as a Bull, he gets to be a linebacker and deliver some of the punishment instead of taking it.
And also, like you just said, he's the general of that defense. So everybody goes to him and looks to him as the voice of the defense. So also to mention, he does have a lot of say-so on that defense.
Clint Solomon, number 1, a 6'4", 225 wide receiver out of the University of Iowa. He's also got some wide receiver experience with the St. Louis Rams. He'll be a guy to really keep an eye on today if you're a North Texas Bulls fan, because in that Week 1 game against San Antonio, he actually only had 1 catch for 10 yards. It was a touchdown in the first quarter. Then he ends up getting hurt late in the second quarter, and then he was out for the rest of the game. And he's supposed to be the Bulls' number 1 receiver. Chris Franklin ended up picking up a lot of the slack. We'll talk about him here in a minute. But Clint Solomon, a former St. Louis Ram, tall, physical wide receiver. He's also got a lot of charisma. I was talking to him during pregame as well, and he's saying that he is absolutely stoked to get out there and show off what he can really do here today.
Like you said, only had 1 catch for 10 yards, but now he's ready for an opportunity to show him, hey, I'm the number 1 guy. So time to feed me a ball, Robert King Jr. Feed me the ball. I'm the number 1 guy on this team. So give me opportunity.
And, you know, Clint Solomon and Robert Kent Jr., 2 guys that have been playing together in arena football for a while. But another receiver that Kent Jr.'s had at his side is Chris Franklin, who I just mentioned a second ago. He's out of Trinity Valley College. He measures at 5'11". He measures at 5'11", 170 pounds. He had 8 catches in that Week 1 win against San Antonio for 180 yards and 5 receiving touchdowns. and he really picked up the slack for his teammate Clint Solomon in that Week 1 win against San Antonio. Franklin also let me know that those 5 receiving touchdowns were his career high.
Wow.
And I asked him about it today. I was like, how you feeling today? He's like, hey, man, got to go for 6 now.
Hey, that's the confidence that you have to have, especially when you have Chris Solomon go down early in the game and have Chris Funkin come in there, 8 catches, over 180 yards, and 5 of those touchdowns. That is scary. And just to think, Chris Solomon is now back in the lineup, boy. A lot of points going to be on the board today.
Absolutely. And a couple other former NFL players that the Bulls are really repping here today. I love to talk about this cat, Meshach Williams, number 42. He's a defensive lineman fullback, so he's going to be a starting defensive lineman for the Bulls today. He measures at 6'2", 280 out of the University of Kansas State. He was a former Baltimore Raven, played for John Harbaugh, and learned a lot from linebacker Terrell Suggs, as he was a linebacker for the Ravens the year after Baltimore won the Super Bowl against San Francisco in 2013. So he was kind of with the Ravens during that post-Super Bowl era. Said that John Harbaugh was one of the smartest people in all of football that he's had the pleasure to work with, and just the amount of things that he taught him. And he said Terrell Suggs is a great pro linebacker to learn from as well. He was always very encouraging to the younger guys, and he says that he's brought a lot of that experience to the North Texas defense as well, and really coaching up these younger Bulls defenders to show them what it means to be successful at the highest level.
That's very true. And like you said, the Harbaugh family line is very rich. And just to mention, like you said, Meshach Williams was on that Ravens unit with Terrell Suggs. Ray Lewis did retire the year before, but he also had a chance to be with Ed Reed. A lot of those guys who are very well-known and also very vocal in that locker room. So you take a few tricks out the book and bring it to this team, there's nobody can stop you.
Now the last guy, and I bring this guy up last as a former NFL talent for the Bulls, number 0, Trey Harlan. And you think number 0, maybe he's one of the smaller guys on the team. How about the opposite? He measures in at 6'5", 290 out of Bacone University. He has NFL experience with multiple squads. But head coach Victor Mann of North Texas says that Harlan is one of his favorite players, and he predicts that Harlan might just snag the MVP of the AAL this season because of how talented he is on that defensive line.
Like you say, he is very talented. Already had 2 tackles, 2 sacks, 1 forced fumble in that gunslinger game. So he's poised to have a big turnout in these last 5 to 6 games.
He was absent in El Paso when they were supposed to play West Texas in Week 2. The whole team was really bummed about it because they love his energy. They love having him out there. Obviously, your defensive lineman is 6'5", almost 300 pounds. You love to see that on your team. But the fact that he's out here today playing at home against West Texas, he's happy that he got the opportunity to come back. He was a little bummed that he missed that El Paso opportunity, but he's going to be back out there today. Definitely one of the more talented players on this North Texas defense. I want to talk about arena football in general real quick, Dom, as we're just a couple of minutes away from announcing the starting lineups here at the Fort Worth Convention Center. Just a couple of rules to break down for anybody who's not used to watching American Arena League football over the NFL. There's only 8 players on each team instead of 11. So you're going to have an 8v8 at all times. It's only 22-man rosters for both teams. Scoring's normal. The clock is different. So you see typically in the NFL, Dom, guy goes out of bounds, clock stops, right?
Right.
That's not how it works here. Clock's going to run at all times throughout the entire game until the final minute of each half. So the game's a lot quicker time-wise. The teams are getting to the line a lot quicker to keep this thing rolling. And we're certainly expecting a high-scoring game today. North Texas scored 62 in their Week 1 game against San Antonio. Head coach Victor Mann was very disappointed in that. He said it's 80 points minimum or else it's a loss of a day.
Just to hear that from a coach, he knows that he has too many weapons on that offensive side. He knows that he can get 80 to 100 points, and it's not impossible. They just have to have the opportunity from their defense to get back on the field and keep scoring. A
couple other rules to consider when you're watching the game today. One wide receiver of the offense is always eligible to start behind the line of scrimmage, and he can begin to run forward. As the ball is snapped, he's running full speed through the line. That's called a forward motion for your wide receiver, and only one wide receiver can do that every play. So you're probably going to see some guy running forward, just sprinting past the line of scrimmage. Well, trust me, it's allowed. They just got to get the timing right. There might be a couple false starts today if that doesn't go right for either team. Last thing to mention is one of the offensive linemen has to declare himself a tight end. So one offensive lineman will always be an eligible receiver down the field. And in terms of linebackers on the defensive side, linebackers are only allowed to drop 5 yards. So you're not going to see half the defense dropping back. Linebackers aren't allowed to drop that far. And one linebacker must rush the passer every play. But you're not allowed to send both. You can't send the full house.
You know, to that point with the linemen, though, hey, the linemen, opportunity for them to catch the ball and almost a sneaky assassin, I would call them.
Get the big man touchdown today. You know, North Texas did have a couple of big man touchdowns in that San Antonio win. I know Meshach Williams, the defensive lineman, caught a 1-yard touchdown, and I know that Trey Harlan was targeted a couple of times for some 2-point conversions and touchdowns as well at the fullback position. So the Bulls and head coach Victor Mann are not afraid to go to their big men when one of them is eligible down the field as a tight end.
The best hands on the field is by a lineman, just to know that.
And right now we've got the West Texas Buccaneers on the field warming up. They will be rocking the all-black uniforms today with the black jerseys, with the black pants, white striping there on the shoulders with the gray numerals and the gray and silver striping and the gray logos on each side of the helmet. Kind of a bit of an Oakland Raiders look, but they almost go even more black than the Raiders do. I feel like the Raiders kind of have that mix between black and silver.
Correct.
But they're just going full black out here with the West Texas Buccaneers road uniforms.
I love it. You know, they know that it's an opportunity for them to come in. First home game for the Bulls. Opportunity for them to knock them off.
And North Texas, in the meantime, we're going to see them when they come out for their starting lineups. You might have seen them at the beginning of the stream. They'll be rocking the all-white uniforms today. They got the white jerseys, the white pants, the white helmets, super clean, red striping, black striping all around, and logos on each side of the helmet as well.
Ain't nobody hollering at you. I have a dream.
And more fans just continue to pour in here. You can smell the popcorn inside of Fort Worth Convention Center. I've seen a couple of pretzels going around. There's drinks. There's some people on the field that are going to be right up on the wall. Some people are sitting in the section right in front of us here. We've got a really great view of the field. Our production team's ready to go. And, man, I am just so excited to get professional football started over a quarter century. And to have it in a legendary, honestly, venue like the Fort Worth Convention Center, it's kind of interesting the way that this venue is built. I've talked to some of the crew here that have just talked to me about the history of this place. And, you know, you might think like, oh, it's kind of an older venue. Sure, it was constructed in the 50s, but the thing about it is that it's kind of built into the ground, almost like a bowl. So it's almost immovable. There's really no way to really tear it down without taking out a whole city block. So they've renovated over the years. They've continued to do what they can with the venue. And you know, I think that making it the home of the North Texas Bulls is incredibly appropriate, just considering how long it's been since professional football's been in downtown Fort Worth.
And you can just feel the aura. You know, the aura around this building is very known in the Fort Worth district. And for the Bulls to kind of etch their name in the history of the convention center, it's a great opportunity for them to really bring a championship home to the city of Fort Worth.
And, you know, there's been a lot of sports games played inside the Fort Worth Convention Center, but there's been also a lot of music acts that have been performed inside this venue as well. Some legendary guys like Elvis Presley, AC/DC. I mean, the list goes on. I believe Metallica's performed in here. I learned the AC/DC one because my dad was talking to me. He's like, hey, where's the game going to be played? Telling him Fort Worth Convention Center. He's like, the old one or the Dickies Arena? I was like, no, it's the historic one. The historic one, you know, downtown Fort Worth. He's like, I saw AC/DC play there in 1986. And he's like, one of the best concerts I've ever been to. Oh, my gosh, it was so loud in there. And that's kind of because of the dome structure that you got in here. The music really bounces inside of the Fort Worth Convention Center.
If you think about it, in Houston, you got the Astrodome. Here, you have the Fort Worth Convention Center. Same build, same shape, circular all around, and you just feel that energy and just the loudness within the building.
And we are just continuing to gear up here during our pregame show, live on YouTube if you're tuning into our live stream right now. West Texas is still on the field warming up. After they make their way out the field for warm-ups, we should be making our way into starting lineup introduction shortly after. It's only a matter of time, Dom, before the action really begins here in the American Arena League. just about 10 to 15 minutes away from kickoff here, ladies and gentlemen. That's a prediction, by the way. And I've also got another job here during the pregame show. I'm going to be doing the player introduction. So I'll make sure to let everybody know when that's about to happen. You're thinking, like, he's just starting to say a bunch of player names. Well, that's because I'm going to announce the starters here for everybody at the Fort Worth Convention Center, doing what I can. Hey, I'm the voice of the team, you know?
You're kind of like Jackie Moon, right?
Exactly. Or, you know, the Brad Sham of the North Texas
Why
Bulls.
not?
Why not, you know? But North Texas, as I mentioned, you know, they're still getting into the beginning of their year. I mean, they've only technically played 2 games so far, Dom. They've got El Paso today. After this, they'll hit the road again, take on San Antonio for a second time on April 26th. And then after San Antonio on April 26th, it's going to be 4 straight home games for the North Texas Bulls here at the Fort Worth Convention Center on May 9th. They'll be taking on the Austin Wild. I didn't mention them earlier. They're another team here in the West Division of the American Arena League. Then they've got El Paso again at home for a second time on May 16th. Then they'll take on the Austin Wild again on May 23rd. And then the North Texas Bulls will wrap up their 2021 AAL inaugural season with the San Antonio Gunslingers for a 3rd time on June 6th. So that San Antonio matchup with North Texas is really going to brew into a rivalry exactly as the season goes on, especially with San Antonio having to come up here for the last game of the season on June 6th. That'll definitely be an electric atmosphere at that point after these teams play twice already.
For sure. It's kind of a round-robin type of division right now. You've seen the same team in almost a month span. So you just have to make sure that you're ready and rolling on all cylinders before another team sneaks up on you and gives you a loss that you don't want.
Yeah, and you know, there's only 4 teams in the American Arena League this year. There were originally 5. A 5th team had to drop out before the season began. But we've talked to the league before, and also, of course, I speak regularly with the owner of the team, Cornelius Hudson. And the goal is that, you know, they didn't know how this season was going to go when they first came in because, I mean, you got to understand that planning for this season started all the way back in mid-2020, right in the heart of, you know, COVID-19, pre-vaccination and all of that, you know, unfortunate happenings going on. So they decided that, hey, you know what? No, things are going to get better as time goes on. We're still going to make this first season happen in 2021 is what all of the teams decided. So there's been a lot of hurdles to jump through. There's been a lot of what-ifs and a lot of questions that have had to be answered. Even up to this point, 2 weeks into the year, it's still just the home opener for Fort Worth. And North Texas just wasn't sure, you know. Is it going to be 25% capacity? Is it going to be 50% capacity? What's the mask situation? Are we even going to be able to be in this venue? Is it going to get turned into a COVID vaccination site? I mean, so many questions and so many what-ifs. And yet, here we are today. The field's out. The wall is up. The players are out on the field warming up. For the front office, it's a little surreal that they're here at this time and that the season has really honestly worked out up to this point, and the team now sits undefeated at 2-0 through 2 games.
That's very true. And for Cornelius Hudson, just to think about it, having him, you know, have the vision many a times, like, do I think this season will go through? It will. And for every team, for every ownership group, they have to be very proud that the season's still rolling through a pandemic, and for these players to have an opportunity to get a chance to really shine still.
And back on March 13th, the COVID regulations were still, I would say, a little bit stricter. Governor Abbott hadn't opened up the state to 100% capacity in restaurants and venues at that time yet. So, you know, the San Antonio game had that hiccup to overcome, but the Gunslingers still had a great turnout in that week 1 matchup at the Rose Palace there in San Antonio, Texas, as the North Texas Bulls now make their way out onto the field for warm-ups. I mentioned their jerseys earlier, but I got to give a shout-out to them again, rocking the white, all top to bottom, white helmets, white jerseys, white pants. They've got the red numerals with the black patch and the red logo on each shoulder. It's a really clean look because their road uniforms, they got the red jerseys, but they decided to bust out the all-white for their home opener. I like the call.
It's a nice, classy, but flashy look, especially for the home opener, like you just said. But for this West Texas unit, you can't worry about what the fans may be doing in this building and just the crowd noise. They just have to be focused on themselves and try to sneak out of here with the W today.
I'm sorry. I've got a lot of. I'm sorry, Dom. I got a lot of family at the game here today, getting shoulder taps and such. And
that's the worst part, where you're just lose your train of thought.
All right, I think I'm about to call the starting lineups here for the North Texas Bulls. So why don't we go ahead and get started with that here in just a couple seconds. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Fort Worth Convention Center for tonight's American Arena League matchup between the West Texas Buccaneers and your North Texas Bulls. We're going to break down the starting lineups first for the West Texas Buccaneers. At quarterback, it's Jeffrey Turnbull, number 1. At running back, it's Q Smith, number 22. At wide receiver, we've got Dre Woozy, number 7, number 5, Andre Dennis, and number 4, Tinari LeBlanc. Your starting offensive linemen are Gabriel Arsosa, Octavius Thomas, and Walter Waldo. On the defensive side of things for West Texas, we've got Gabriel Arsosa, Octavius Thomas, and Javier Luna on the defensive line. Walter Waldo and Ruben Morales are your linebackers. Dawson Lawson, Andre Dennis, and Tinari LeBlanc are your defensive backs. And now, your starting lineup for your North Texas Bulls. Starting at quarterback at 6'5", 235 pounds, number 12, Robert Kent Jr. At running back, number 22, 5'10", 195 pounds, out of Kansas, it's Taylor Martin. At wide receiver, number 1, 6'4", 225 pounds, out of Iowa, Clinton Solomon Solo. At number 8, wide receiver, wing at 5'11", 175 pounds, out of Trinity Valley, Chris Franklin. Number 4 at 5'9", 185 pounds, out of Lackawanna, Travis Holland. On offensive line, number 77 out of TCU, it's Devontae Abram. At center, number 72 at 6'4", 275 pounds, it's Tyler Cassell. And to round out your offense, number 76 at 6'5", 315 pounds, it's Brandon Bishop. And now your starting defense for North Texas. On the defensive line, number 42 at 6'2", 280 out of Kansas State, Nishak Williams. At nose guard, number 50 at 5'10", 270 pounds, it's Melvin Terry. At defensive end, number 0 at 6'5", 290 pounds, it's Trey Harlan. At linebacker, number 18, 6'3", 215 pounds, it's LaDon Hudson. Next, number 3 at linebacker, it's Odie Harris. And your defensive backs, we've got number 7 at 5'9", 170 pounds, Marcel Brooks. Next, it's number 20 at 5'10", 175 pounds, Jimmy Keys. And to round out your defense, number 5 at 5'10", 205 pounds, Dwayne Autry. And your starting kicker is number 35, Ben Hill. Those are your starting lineups today for the West Texas Buccaneers and the North Texas Bulls. Horns up, everybody. And ladies and gentlemen, there they are, your starting lineups. Yep, welcome back. Here I am. I think it went pretty well.
Yeah, it did, you know.
It's first game, you know.
We're
having a great time out here. Now, we have the national anthem.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the balls bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag
us today for the coin toss is football legend Patrick Porter. All right, now I'm back on the air.
Officially
here.
again.
Yeah, officially. Had to give a shout out to our coin toss expert there.
Well, you may have to get back one more time.
And
hey, would you pray with me? Father God,
we are
just thank you for this day that we can come and
actually we've got
a nation, Lord, that we can come and enjoy.
Prayer.
Yeah, we've got Pastor Bud here doing an invocation.
We thank you for the people that come out here and put their heart and soul into this. We want to pray, Lord, for the teams, the players, the coaches, and even the referees, Lord. We thank you and give you all the glory in Jesus' name, amen.
And I think we are now ready for some American Arena League football here, Dom.
I can feel it. I can feel it in the building. I can feel it in my bones. I just feel it.
Man, after doing those starting lineups, I wasn't sure I was going to do the starting lineups until, a couple of minutes before we went on the air.
Those jitters,
really
the
got me,
butterflies.
really got those butterflies out. I'm feeling good now. So here we are at the Fort Worth Convention Center. Just a couple of minutes away here now, ladies and gentlemen, from kickoff. Between the North Texas Bulls, your hometown North Texas Bulls, and the visiting West Texas Buccaneers. I wasn't sure what happened there with the coin toss, Dom. I think I was a little too focused on my starting lineups.
Well, they're having a nice. They may be having a meeting about dinner reservations later. So I don't know if it's a coin toss at the moment.
Yeah, the officials are meeting in the middle of the field right now. I'm sure we'll figure it out soon enough on who will be receiving the ball to begin our matchup here today.
Looking at the Bulls sideline, Mr. Holland, I would say, is very icy. He has the back flap, the all white. He's ready to go.
We've got a couple of guys on the team, or the North Texas Bulls have a couple of players on the team who really like to, I guess, show off that charisma, you might say. I know that Chris Franklin, as well as Dwayne Autry, and I believe Tavis Holland, and even our offensive lineman Brandon Bishop, a couple of guys, they like to rock the grill in the middle of the game.
You have to.
Dwayne Autry rocks a diamond grill, whereas Chris Franklin and Brandon Bishop, they got the gold grills. So
you got to smile if you get a big hit or you score a touchdown. You got to smile and make sure the lights gleam on your teeth.
Exactly. Chris Franklin was asking me early. He's like, "Hey, if I score, do I get to show off the grill?" And I was like, "If you can find a cameraman, maybe you can." But man, I just, I've called high school football for almost 6 years at this point, Dom. It's really my first year getting the opportunity to try out American Arena League football on a full-time basis. I've done arena football in the past, but to do it consistently with one team and just having the opportunity to learn about these guys, and man, it's just insane the characters that you see and the walks of life that these guys come from, as opposed to a high school team. A high school team, a lot of those kids, they just have the same mindset. They're all going through the same things on a daily basis.
Going to college.
Yes, it's really easy to get them to focus on one goal because they're all kind of going through similar stuff. Here, it's just completely different. This is professional football. And like I said, there's just so many walks of life that you see. All of these guys have different lives outside of this team that they live in. Some of them, like I said, have NFL experience. Some of them have D1 college experience. A couple of them never made it past high school, and they just knew that they wanted to play football, and they made it happen for themselves through tryouts and making the team. And, I just love watching this type of football over high school just because there's so much more charisma, so much more action, and the talent level is obviously a lot higher due to the fact that you've got NFL level talent guys out there.
Very true. And just to mention, a lot of guys on this team, maybe 4 or 5, have experience within this Fort Worth area playing at Fort Worth Dunbar. So it's an opportunity for them to play at home. And like you said, different walks of life, different opportunities, and different stories of being cut, maybe giving up on the dream, but now an opportunity to play at home, to get an opportunity to play in front of your family and friends, and to do the thing that you love the most. And in this life, that's the one thing that you're trying to do.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys on the team who you know, honestly have a little bit more to be excited about today than others, just because a lot of players on the team are straight from Fort Worth, and you know, they grew up coming to the Fort Worth Convention Center, watching other sporting events and watching and seeing concerts and stuff, and coming here all the time as a fan. And now here they are, they've got fans watching them now, and it really means a lot to some of these players. Brandon Bishop is one, for example, an offensive lineman for North Texas. He's basically lived in Fort Worth for a majority of his life, so he was talking to me before the game saying it's just an honor for him to be out here today and being able to play in his hometown.
Yeah, for sure, and it's a pride factor. When you play at home, it's just an opportunity for you to really showcase your skills.
More family and friends come out to watch, you know, and it just makes it that much more, I feel like, of an event. And that's nothing even considering the historical factor of what's happening today. You know, professional football being back in Fort Worth after so long.
For sure.
That's just the personal factor to it, you know. And it looks like we are gearing up for kickoff here in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. West Texas won the toss, and they chose to receive, Dom. So the Buccaneers decide to go a little aggressive to begin this one. They want this thing to begin this afternoon.
And that's a great choice for the Buccaneers, for them to really get on the board first and for the Bulls to play catch up with them.
And you can see the man holding the football there right at the end zone line is number 35, Ben Hill, starting kicker for North Texas. He's another guy who's really excited to be out here today, because back in the Week 1 game against San Antonio, the Rose Palace, the venue that the two teams played in, the ceilings were really low. And so Ben Hill didn't really get to show off his leg very much. The team didn't get to attempt a lot of field goals. They had to do a lot of two-point conversions. But here he is out here today, and he says expect him to show off the leg a little bit more in the home opener.
Well, you have to. You know, a higher ceiling to where the ball may not touch the ceiling at all, and just an opportunity for you to really do what you do best.
Ben Hill's pointing to both sides. Arm is in the air. Foot connects with football, and professional football is back in Fort Worth for the first time in 26 years with this kickoff. Taking it out is number 22, Q Smith. Smith takes it out of the back of the end zone, and he is going to get dropped right at the 4-yard line. North Texas was all over it. Number 9, Elijah Franklin, the wide receiver, made the tackle. And so as we get started here in Week 3 of the American Arena League, the West Texas Buccaneers will start with a 1st and 10 at their own 5-yard line. Leading the way for them today is Jeffrey Turnbull, who will be wearing number 1 out of the University of Texas Tech. Turnbull, he's got the black visor on there, rocking the number 1. As I mentioned, he's not the tallest quarterback that you're going to see, but he's got a lot of charisma, and head coach Craig Thomas loves what he brings to the table leadership-wise. And here he is on 1st and 10 from the 5.
For sure, he will improvise when pressured.
Turnbull has his running back, Hugh Smith, standing right in front of him. 2 receivers to the left. Actually, 3 to the left as Turnbull takes the snap, flicks it out, and that one's going to fly into the inflatable wall, incomplete. Looked like there might have been a miscommunication. Intended target that time was number 7, Dre Woozy, the wide receiver. 2nd down and 10 now from the 5 here for West Texas.
It'll be big for West Texas to really get on the board first, and for them to start moving the chains, and for them to actually get an opportunity to score first and get ahead of the Bulls.
2nd down and 10 here for West Texas. Turnbull back in the shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, none to the right. Turnbull takes the snap, flicks it out right, nearly intercepted that time by Marcel Brooks. He was all over that screen pass. 3rd down and 10 coming up here now.
You can just feel the energy really with Marcel Brooks, almost jumping that and scoring right in his own end zone.
Now after 2 straight incompletions, West Texas now faces a 3rd down and 10, ball on their own 5. And they come out in a different formation here now on 3rd down and long. They've got 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. The man to the left is Dre Woozy. Moving in forward motion is number 9, Gabriel Sosa. Low snap here for Turnbull. Stepping up in the pocket, and he's going down. Turnbull takes the sack, back of the 1. It's Trey Harlan, number 0.
Outstanding job for Trey Harlan, the man in the middle, really working the center, and also great job from Meshach Williams on the edge, forcing Turnbull to step up in the pocket and get sacked.
So the 2 former NFL players, Meshach Williams and Trey Harlan, both in there on the sack. It's a loss of 3 Ball's back at the 2-yard line now for a 4th and 13 for the West Texas Buccaneers on their opening drive of the game. Turnbull. Similar formation to the last play. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. He's standing in the middle of the end zone here on 4th and 13. Turnbull takes the snap. Meshach Williams is coming right at him, and Meshach Williams is going to get the safety for North Texas. What a way to start the game for the North Texas Bulls as Meshach Williams comes in untouched for the sack in the back of the end zone, and that's a safety.
Man, that was a train coming full speed. For Meshach Williams, it was easy pickings.
And that is now going to make it a 2-0 game as North Texas gets the safety points and will now receive the kickoff from West Texas. Really a double whammy when you're able to get that safety, Dom.
You know, especially for that defense, got the safety, and now that offense is going to be ready and revved up to go to start scoring.
Now North Texas meets over in the opposite end zone before they prepare for this next kickoff. The return men today for the North Texas Bulls will be their 2 wide receivers, number 8, Chris Franklin, at 5'11", 170 pounds out of Trinity Valley, and then Tavis Holland, the 5'9" man out of Lackawanna, will be your 2 returners for the Bulls. The kicker today for the West Texas Buccaneers is also one of their linemen, number 77, Walter Waldo.
Nice. Got to give credit. You know, linemen can kick too.
They definitely can. And in arena football, it is not uncommon for players to play on both sides or to maybe even play 3 ways, as Waldo is. He plays offensive line, he plays defensive line, and he's the starting kicker.
Jack of all trades, I got to give him that.
So West Texas gets off to a bit of a slower start here at the Fort Worth Convention Center, taking a safety on their first drive of the game, and now North Texas is ready to receive. It is a high, short kick. Dwayne Autry is going to catch it right around midfield at the 25. Cuts back to the left at the 20. Makes his way inside the 15. Gets a block at the 10. Now he's cutting back across the field at the 5. And Dwayne Autry's in the end zone. Touchdown, North Texas Bulls.
Oh, man. That was a lot of shaking and baking getting into the end zone.
And the first play, not even from scrimmage, of the 2021 American Arena League season for the North Texas Bulls in their home opener is a touchdown on a kickoff return by number 5, Dwayne Autry.
Oh, man, just looking at the replay, shaking and baking, ankle breaking into the end zone for the touchdown.
He caught the return right in midfield around the 25. Darts to the left at the 20, made the cut back at the 15.
Man.
Juked out 2 more guys inside the 10 and walked himself into the end zone. And now North Texas is coming out for the 2-point conversion, it looks like. I don't see the kicker, Ben Hill. It's the starting quarterback, Robert Kent Jr. out there as he daps up all of his players before their technical first play of the game, which is a 2-point conversion.
And for an offense, when your defense gets a safety and you return a kickoff, there's no nerves for you at all now.
So Ken Jr.'s under center. His running back, Taylor Martin's behind him. Ken Jr. hands off to Martin, and Martin's going to walk into the end zone untouched for 2. So already there's some emotions getting shown there in the end zone as well. It is a 10-0 game just like that. North Texas over West Texas here at the Fort Worth Convention Center early first quarter.
Man, that energy already from Autry and also from Williams, getting the safety and that kickoff return. You can just feel the energy in this building now, starting to rev up a little bit. And for the Bulls, they smell blood in the water.
And we knew North Texas was hungry coming into today as well as West Texas. Both of these teams, after the technicality that happened in their first matchup 2 weeks ago, both teams wanted to get on the field bad. They wanted to get a piece at each other. North Texas, obviously here at home, showing a little bit more fire in the first quarter.
For sure. And for an offense, like I said, have a safety. Also, having an opportunity for a kickoff return, already get your guys ready to go, and a walk-in touchdown to start the game 10-0, and it's barely even been 5 minutes. Hey, it's a long game ahead.
So now North Texas is preparing to kick this one back off to the Buccaneers. after establishing a 10-0 lead here. Ben Hill will be the man kicking it off all night for North Texas. He definitely got to show off the leg there on that first kickoff, launched it straight into the back of the end zone there, Dom.
Man, you know, give your defense an opportunity to be backed up, and it ended in a safety. So outstanding job from this Bulls defense and also the special teams unit on helping their defense and giving them some insurance.
Back to return for West Texas is number 5, Andre Dennis, a wide receiver, as well as number 6, Damian Davis, the running back. Hill points to both sides, arms in the air. And this is going to be an onside by North Texas. It's tipped up in the air, and Dwayne Autry's got it at the 11-yard line. And I think this is going to be North Texas football. The officials are saying that it bounced off of a West Texas Buccaneer, and then Dwayne Autry picked it up at the 10.
So you're telling me in about 15-second span, you return a kickoff, and you get the onside kickoff. Man, he's doing a lot this afternoon.
Dwayne Autry, starting defensive back today, 5'10", 205-pound man out of Bethany College. He had 2 interceptions in the win against San Antonio as well. So he is a ball hawk. He likes to refer to himself as a ball hawk, is always sniffing for an opportunity to get the football no matter how it is, and he did it right there on that onside recovery. And the officials are going to move this one a yard back, so it'll be 1st and 10 for North Texas. Ball will start on the 9-yard line, and now
looks like the defense actually on the field.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, that is the Bulls defense. This is a completely flip of the call here, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to say that it was an illegal touching by North Texas at the 10-yard line, and so West Texas is actually getting the ball at the North Texas 9.
That's a lucky break for the Buccaneers, because knowing that offense on the Bulls side, they could have went right down and scored easily again.
So now it's 1st down and goal for the West Texas Buccaneers. Ball on the Bulls 9. Turnbull calls a man in motion from left to right. That's number 7, Dre Woozy. Now he's got all 3 receivers to the right side of the field. His running back, Q Smith, is standing next to him. Turnbull takes the snap. He immediately tries to run with it. He's going to get dropped right at the 10 by Trey Harlan. Flags fly as soon as the play starts. Not sure if this one's going to be a false start on West Texas or not. It's certainly in the vicinity of false start or holding.
But outstanding job for Harlan, holding his ground and controlling the line of scrimmage and putting Turnbull to go outside and getting the loss.
The officials are still trying to clear this one up, and it was a false start on North Texas and West Texas. So both teams false started on the play. Doc. You're not going to see that very often.
Oh, man. First game jitters.
So,
first home game jitters.
I agree. I think it's still early in this one. Both teams still trying to get warmed up here on the red field at the Fort Worth Convention Center. So those penalties are going to offset. And on top of that, I think it's actually going to be a replay of 1st down.
Only 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
Yes, it looks like now these officials are still a little new to arena football, Dom, so you got to give them a little bit of time to figure some things out here and there. But that is what's happening. They're going to keep it at the 9. We're going to replay the down. 1st and goal from the 9 here for the Buccaneers. Turnbull calls his receiver in forward motion. He's going to hand it off to his running back, Hugh Smith. Smith tries to stiff arm Demarius Cooksey, but Cooksey goes ahead and drags him down at the wall at the 9. Flags fly again. This one's back behind the line of scrimmage, though, at the 14.
Real quickly, just seeing the wall, very inflatable, so a little bit better than a hard wall that you're used to in arena football. But, you know, opportunity for them to kind of hold up and.
Yeah, it's a lot safer is what the team, you know, to either get shoved into it, tackled into it, or, you know, a lot of these receivers, they'll catch that ball and go flipping over that wall too. So it definitely makes it a lot safer when it's an inflatable wall. Something that North Texas is certainly proud to have here today. And now the call on the last play was a false start by West Texas. Nothing on North Texas that time, though. So we're once again going to replay 1st down as we move the Buccaneers 5 yards back. They've now got a 1st and goal at the 14. Turnbull in the shotgun. He's got 1 running back to each side of him and 1 receiver to each side of the field. Turnbull takes the snap. Got a guy in his face. Pump fakes, and now he's going to get sacked. It's number 21, Demarius Cooksey, out of the University of North Texas, a defensive back.
And Turbo had nowhere to go. Coming on that blitz was number 21, Cooksey, and just an opportunity for him to get the sack, and Turnbull had nowhere to go.
Cooksey is one of the nicer pregame dressers on the team. Always loves to look clean during the pregame for North Texas. As I mentioned, a man out of the University of North Texas up in Denton. He played for the team back in 2014 and 15, and now we've got a timeout by the Buccaneers. So it's I believe it's a full 1 minute timeout for West Texas. So the Buccaneers trying to reestablish the game plan here as they're already down 10-0, Dom. And it's been all the Bulls so far, both offensively and defensively. They're basically getting whatever they want out of the Bucs here.
For sure. And for the Buccaneers, they have to slow the game down to their pace. You can't rush and try to keep up with the Bulls, because if you try, the Bulls will just run ragged over you. So for the Buccaneers, they have to score in this possession. You can't go down more than 15 points in arena football, because it's very hard to keep pace with a team like the Bulls on the offensive end.
And that's something that head coach Victor Mann and his QB coach Tim Smith really want to harp on, is that their goal during the game is to get the other team to play at their speed, to make them have to catch up. And the Bulls are a foot on the gas offense. Victor Mann does not like to take his foot off that gas at almost any point in the game. Maybe late fourth quarter, you might see him send in the backups.
I wouldn't think that either.
It's always
if you're trying to go 80 points, I would say
fast. Yes. And it's just because he knows the kind of talent that he's got. Victor Mann has worked with a lot of these players for multiple years. He knows what he has in this North Texas Bulls unit on both sides of the ball. And he knows the kind of plays that these players can make, especially these, former NFL talents like Trey Harlan, Bishak Williams, LaDon Hudson. We've already called their names a couple of times, and we're still early into this thing.
Those guys are difference makers on this defense and offense. They're going to be some guys that you hear about throughout the whole ball game.
That's the offensive coordinator, Curtis Williams, that was yelling at his West Texas team there during that timeout, as we come out of the full timeout now by the Bucs with a 2nd down and goal from the North Texas 20. Turnbull in the shotgun, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Man in motion from left to right is Andre Dennis. Turnbull fires, end zone, and it's intercepted. Dwayne Autry, who else?
But a flag on the play, so we have to see that yellow hanky first.
Autry celebrating the interception in the end zone, but now we've got a flag, as you said, Dom, in the middle of the field, back at around the line of scrimmage at the 19. So we'll have to see what the referees want to clarify here.
An outstanding job from Autry, playing center field as a baseball terminology, and going out there and securing that interception. Hopefully this penalty will withstand.
And now here's the call by the official. It is another false start on the West Texas Buccaneers. That penalty is going to be declined as the interception is confirmed for Dwayne Autry. So it's a turnover by the West Texas Buccaneers, thanks to the defensive back, Dwayne Autry. That's his 3rd interception of the season already down to 2 games.
He has a kickoff return and an interception. What more can this man do?
He is the ball hawk of the team. And so now the North Texas Buccaneers, because it was intercepted in the end zone, it was a touchback, and so the Bulls will take over with a 1st and 10 on their own 10-yard line. Robert Kent Jr. back out there to lead the show. The man wearing number 12. A gentleman who's been in professional football for 17 years, a winner of multiple Arena League championships. The 6'5" man out of Jackson State is the best candidate to lead this North Texas unit, as he is under center here on 1st and 10. And before this play can happen, flags fly. Kent's going to take the snap anyways. This is a free play. Fires end zone for Chris Franklin. Franklin's going to make the catch at the goal line, and the official says he's out at the 1.
Oh, man, that is a circus catch. Outstanding job from Kent Jr. seeing the false start, taking the free play, and throwing it for almost a touchdown.
The official does officially call it offsides on West Texas, so they did jump the line there. Robert Kent Jr. knew that he had a free play. He says, you know, forget it. I'm going to just toss it on up there to my man who caught 5 touchdowns against San Antonio, Chris Franklin. And Franklin has to come back to it. It was a bit of a short throw by Kent Jr. Snags it there at the 1-yard line.
Oh, man, this is a very explosive offense. And just the thing, he has to be on the field all day, and now his first true offensive play is almost a touchdown.
So it was a 39-yard completion between Kent Jr. and Franklin, and now we've got 1st and goal for the Bulls at the 1. Kent Jr.'s under center. Takes the snap. It's a little flip to Chris Franklin. Spins at the goal line and walks into the end zone. Touchdown, North Texas.
Might as well give the high hand the ball yet again. A little shovel pass, get him right into the end zone.
So they get 2 catches for 40 yards and a touchdown on that drive for the wide receiver, number 8, Chris Franklin, and the starting quarterback, number 12, Robert Kent Jr.
And you see him put that number 1 on. He might be on his way to a few more in this game for sure if he already put up 1.
Ben Hill is currently on the field for North Texas, the kicker. So it looks like the Bulls are going to kick the PAT following this touchdown. Score is now 16-0. North Texas over West Texas. And we'll see how much more the Bulls want to add on after this PAT.
Man, this is a very explosive offense, and the fans are really into this game now already. Just by Audrey, just by Thompson, you don't know who has next. It's almost like, do you want to score? Do you want to score? Do you want to score?
And we're still in the first quarter here.
Man.
In the Bulls home opener in the Fort Worth Convention Center. And hold on, we've got an official timeout, I believe, or we've got a timeout by West Texas. So the Buccaneers called their 2nd timeout of the first quarter now. So Robert Kent Jr. and Chris Franklin to start this game. Kent Jr. is 2 for 2 for 40 yards and a touchdown. Both of those completions to Chris Franklin. I was kind of wondering, you know, who's maybe going to catch the first touchdown? Was it going to be Chris Franklin or was it going to be Clint Solomon? And Franklin has to make the acrobatic play. And I think the team said, you know what, we want you to have this touchdown. And they gave it to him there at the 1 with a little screen pass.
And just for Kent Jr., he saw the free play and he threw it to only where his man, Chris Thompson, could get that ball.
So now Ben Hill is set up for the PAT. His holder is number 4, Tavis Holland. Hill's ready. The snapper is Tyler Cassell. Holland gets the hold down. Hill does not knock it through. It is no good. So the score will remain 16-0, North Texas over West Texas here at the Fort Worth Convention Center.
And I think that's probably their only mistake of the ball game already.
Let's go.
And it's been all North Texas so far in this one. The Bulls have gotten whatever they wanted out of the West Texas Buccaneers so far.
Easy pickings for this Bulls unit. It's very scary to see already how lethal this offense is. And for these fans who haven't had an opportunity to really see their Bulls at home, man, what a show. It's almost like seeing the greatest show on turf back in '99 for the St. Louis Rams.
It really is. I mean, just it's not even just the talent. It's the connection that these players have. I mean, these guys have been playing together for years. You know, they know each other both on and off the field. And I think that it takes years to establish that type of connection. You know, you rarely see it in the NFL when a rookie receiver is able to come in and connect with his starting quarterback immediately. You know, Justin Jefferson is maybe exception to that rule over there in Minnesota, but it's really the connection that these players have is the point. And it doesn't even just go to wide receiver and quarterback. couple of the offensive linemen, this coaching staff. I mean, these guys, they know what it means to play professional arena football.
For sure.
And now Ben Hill is prepared for the ensuing kickoff as he launches this one away. It's another high kick. It'll be returned at the 1-yard line here by number 5 for West Texas.
That's a fumble.
Ball falls to the turf at around the 14, and it looks like the Bucs recover, and they do. So another lucky break there for West Texas. And now we've got an injury down on the field, unfortunately.
But to your point about the connection that this Bulls team has already, a lot of these guys kind of bring your best friend along to another school with you and bring them to another team. It's a chance for them to really get that connection over the years, and you know how a player plays once you get accustomed to him for about 4 to 5 games.
It looks like the man that got injured on that last play was number 5, Andre Dennis for West Texas. He walked off the field on his own power, so looks like he's going to be okay as the Buccaneers now prepare to begin their 3rd offensive drive of the game. This one's going to start on their own 14. There's some conversations going on the far sideline between the coaching staff for West Texas and the officials.
And for the Buccaneers, they have to score in this drive. You can't go down no more than 15 points. They're down 16 already. You don't want to put yourself in more of a deeper hole than you're already in.
So Jeffrey Turnbull breaks the offense, and now here comes West Texas on 1st and 10 from their own 14. He's got 2 receivers to the left and one to the right. His running back is Q Smith standing behind him in the backfield. And Jeffrey Turnbull looks like he's actually going to have to call a timeout here for West Texas, and he will. That's the 3rd timeout and the final timeout of the first half, I believe, for the West Texas Buccaneers.
For the Buccaneers, they're trying to find their place right now, and it's hard trying to muster up something because they haven't had an opportunity to really be on the field without penalties and a lot of timeouts.
And, you know, one thing to consider also is that this North Texas team has had the opportunity to already get on the field and play another one of the AAL opponents in the San Antonio Gunslingers back in week 1 on March 13th. But in the meantime, West Texas, their first game of the season was supposed to be 2 weeks ago against this same unit, and they didn't get the opportunity to play that game. So now this is the first time that this team's been able to take the field, you know?
You know, it's hard to get that camaraderie already and trying to get everybody on the same page, and especially against a team like North Texas, it's very hard to do that in this game, and especially your first official game.
So Turnbull breaks the timeout huddle now, and 1st and 10 is from the 14. Turnbull takes the snap, tosses it right to Q Smith as running back. Smith is going to slip on the turf at the 10-yard line, and he'll go down right there. A tackle or tap tackle was made that time by number 20, Jimmy Keys. LaDon Hudson was also in the vicinity, ready to make a stop, and it's going to be a loss of 3 on 1st down there for the Buccaneers. 2nd down and 13 coming up now for West Texas.
And luckily, that was a slip because LaDon Hudson was sitting right there waiting for him to make a move. And this defense is rolling on all cylinders right now. You can just see the swagger on this team already, and I want to see why they have another opportunity for another interception.
So now on 2nd down and 13, Jeffrey Turnbull's got all 3 receivers to the right side of the field. His running back, Damian Davis, is standing in front of him, or Q Smith actually, and now the officials are going to blow this play dead. The officials got to clear something up here. We're not sure what the officials are trying to clear up here. Is now the head official is going to head on over to the North Texas sideline.
Maybe, you know, some more dinner reservations right there.
Yeah, you know, we're not we're not entirely sure what the conversations that's being had. There's a couple of West Texas offensive linemen talking to the officials. Other officials are talking to more officials.
Like you mentioned earlier, you know, it's really their first few weeks into a new inaugural season, so they're still trying to figure out some of the rules and nuances of the game.
All right, looks like they've cleared everything up, and West Texas is now ready to go here on 2nd and 13 from their own 11-yard line. Turnbull takes the snap, flicks it out to the right, completes the screen pass to his running back, Hugh Smith. Smith lowers the shoulder at the 18, continues to hammer forward past the North Texas Bull up to the 20. That's where he'll be marked out of bounds and down, but we've got a flag tossed onto the turf back at the original line of scrimmage. And it was tossed as soon as the play started, so I believe this is going to be another false start.
Don't have that stat on us right now, but that has to be at least over 7 false starts.
I believe that if it is confirmed, that'll be the 4th false start of the game already here for West Texas. And it's, I believe it's a delay of game for North Texas was what he marked. That was an interesting call.
It looked like he actually said encroachment.
Oh,
instead,
okay, that's what he said.
And, you know, for the Buccaneers, this is their first opportunity to really start getting some traction in this ball game.
So after the encroachment by North Texas, it is a 3rd down and 5 here for West Texas, and Jeffrey Turnbull has no time to look downfield as he is smashed for a sack by number 50, Melvin Terry.
Oh, man, the man in the middle really just carved his way as we have an injury on the field, and it's by Turnbull.
Yeah, Trey Harlan was in on the sack as well. Jeffrey Turnbull is down on the field.
And he really did get sandwiched on that one.
He's holding his left collarbone at the moment, as well as that left thigh there. Head coach Craig Thomas is checking him out right now, trying to get a scope of what's happening. And now they're going to send both teams to the sideline for the time being while Jeffrey Turnbull gets checked out here. And we've got the officials talking in the middle of the field as well.
More dinner reservations again.
Yep. As you mentioned, we're here live at the Fort Worth Convention Center. We've got just a total stoppage of play here at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Jeffrey Turnbull's getting checked out by both head coaches. I want to take a second to give a shout out to this injury timeout is brought to you by Texas Muscle Activation. Every injury timeout is brought to you by Texas Muscle Activation, one of the proud sponsors of the North Texas Bulls. And man, this is quite a scene here at the Fort Worth Convention Center. We've got fans on both sides, just well represented, honestly, for North Texas.
And just to look at LaDon Hudson, you know, getting some popcorn with the family.
Yeah, you see linebacker LaDon Hudson sitting over here on the
I might go get me some popcorn. I'm smelling that one,
side of the
man.
stadium. I believe that's his girlfriend that he's talking to there, maybe some family or something.
And even
he's snagging the popcorn and he's bringing it over to Trey Harlan now.
I think everybody is getting popcorn. I'm looking around, just surveying, and a lot of popcorn. That's a good, rich smell right now.
Yeah, that's the thing about, again, this is some of the stuff about arena football and just professional football that I really have a big fandom for and a liking towards, is just like this level of charisma and you know, just character you see. Like, you just don't see this.
You don't.
You don't see it. Look at this. Look at LaDon here. LaDon Hudson, former Carolina Panther, sharing popcorn with the fans there.
And you see somebody cold, too.
Some of our on-field fans and enjoying their suites, their on-field suites there right on the wall, as Jeffrey Turnbull continues to get checked out here in the middle of the field.
Now, real quickly, just before that injury by Turnbull, this defense is really playing on all cylinders and playing lights out. Defensive line really clogging up any hole possible that the Buccaneers may try to seek, and the DBs are just They're just having a good time in that backfield, just wreaking havoc.
Want to let you know that there is also a 50-50 raffle available in the lobby of the Fort Worth Convention Center here today. Split the pot with everyone else that wins and submits their raffle as well. So make sure you find that somewhere in the main lobby of the Fort Worth Convention Center, probably near one of the merch tables, maybe near one of those popcorn stands, you know?
You know, that smelling really good. I can feel it. And just looking at Turnbull as he's getting helped off the field now.
Yeah, Turnbull, he is up. He's making his way off the field, still kind of grabbing at that left thigh area. And it looks like he's getting some support on his left arm there as well. So it is
maybe that wrist.
Might be safe to presume that Jeffrey Turnbull could be out for the rest of this game. And that means that the backup quarterback, I believe, is going to be number 88, Dawson Lawson.
Sounds like a TV show.
I know, it sounds one of the more unique names, but that's what it says here on the roster. Dawson Lawson, number 88. And it looks like he's going to be the man leading the show here now for West Texas.
Now, can he be the spark for this Buccaneers offense to try to muster up some points and to stay intact with the Bulls offense?
North Texas has been borderlining on unstoppable so far in this one. Whatever it is, offensively, defensively, even on special teams, they nearly got an onside kick earlier in this one, Dom. It's just, they're getting whatever they want out of the Buccaneers at the moment. West Texas just looking for some type of spark. And now their starting quarterback's gone down. They got to move, you know, the leader of this offense over to number 88, Lawson. So now here he is, number 88. Dawson Lawson is in at quarterback in the shotgun here for West Texas on a 4th down and 10 from their own 15-yard line. Lawson takes the snap, tries to fire over the middle. That one's batted down and incomplete. Demarius Cooksey in on the coverage, as well as Odie Harris. And that'll be a turnover on downs for the Buccaneers. North Texas now going to get the ball back with a 1st and 10 inside of enemy territory at the 15-yard line.
Man, it is easy pickings for this defense, giving their offense an opportunity to add more points and insurance on the scoreboard.
We also want to welcome the head coach of the North Texas Stampede, Coach Jackie Bridges, the head coach of the #1 team in the nation in Pee Wee football, I believe. We've also got Mayor Betsy Price in the building as well from Fort Worth.
Nice.
A couple of stars here today at the Fort Worth Convention Center.
We don't have too many inaugural things in life, so you have to have all the stops for anybody.
So now Robert Kent Jr. is under center here for North Texas, 1st and 10 at the 15. Kent Jr. under pressure right in his face, slings it right, completes to Chris Franklin inside the 10. Franklin tried to get away from a man at the 8, but he'll get dropped right there at the 7 is actually where they'll mark him. So making a gain of 8 yards there on 1st down. 2nd and 2 coming up, depending upon how this flag gets called that was tossed around the original line of scrimmage.
It looked like it may be in the favor of the Buccaneers.
It was tossed as soon as the play started again, so we've got an encroachment on the West Texas Buccaneers, actually. So that one's going to be declined, and the 8-yard completion between Robert Kent Jr. and Chris Franklin will stand. That's now the 3rd completion between those two tonight. Now the Bulls have a 2nd down and 2. Ball on the West Texas 7-yard line. Kent Jr. is under center once again. His running back, Taylor Martin's behind him. To the right is Clinton Solomon, and to the left are Chris Franklin and Tavis Holland. Solomon now coming in motion from right to left. Kent Jr. takes the snap. He's got time to throw. Fires back in the end zone. Connects with Clinton Solomon. Solomon not able to make the catch, though, as he runs into the inflatable wall. First incompletion of the day for North Texas.
Almost scared a few folks over there.
As Solomon goes flipping over the inflatable wall. That'll now make it a 3rd down and 3 coming up for the North Texas Bulls. But first, the West Texas Buccaneers are going to call their 3rd and final timeout of the first half. So we've got, I thought the last time out by West Texas was their last of the half, but I believe this one will be their last of the half.
You know, they're scoring more timeouts than points or yards.
Want to thank everybody who may be tuning in right now live on North Texas, or anybody that may be tuning into the game. We got a group of fans yelling in behind us.
Your fan club.
Yeah,
I hear a fan club
got
right
some
behind.
family here today. Got some business friends as well, you know. Just told them, hey, you know,
stop by.
Professional football is back in Fort Worth for the first time in 26 years. You want to come be a part of it with me? Turns out there was a lot of people who wanted to be a part of it. So happy to have this turnout here today at the Fort Worth Convention Center. Following the 32nd timeout by the West Texas Buccaneers, North Texas now has a 2nd down and 2, ball on the 7. Kent Jr. takes the snap. He's got time. Now he's rolling left. Fires back in the end zone, looking for Clint Solomon. Solomon makes the catch over the top of the defender, tiptoes it in, touchdown, North Texas Bulls.
Man, oh man, that is a great grab. It's only where Solomon can only reach up and get that. He said, give me that. You just got Moss.
The man on the coverage was number 5, Andre Dennis. Clint Solomon said, I'm just going to go up and take it. As he just reaches right over the top of the head of Andre Dennis and tiptoes it there in the back of the end zone. Score is now 22-0. Waiting on this PAT attempt. Ben Hill kicked the last PAT and it was a miss far right. Hill is back out there again, ready to try his 2nd PAT of the afternoon. Tavis Holland is the holder.
He's been the only miscue from everything in this ball game by the Bulls.
And Holland not able to get the snap down. Ben Hill picks it up, still on his feet, fires it up for the end zone, and it is tipped and incomplete. You got to respect Ben Hill for picking up the football there, trying to turn something into nothing. Just kind of took the fumble and tried to launch it there into the back of the end zone. Didn't end up panning out that way, so score will remain 22-0 here. And head coach Victor Mann's talking to his offensive line there and his snapper as well.
5 minutes remaining in the 2nd period.
You know, but overall, it's just this offense has been rolling. The defense has been getting nothing but stops. Just been a miscue on the special teams unit. They just got to tune that up a little bit. But for Coach Mann, he has nothing to be mad about at all or frustrated either.
Yeah, and these are the same referees that were at the North Texas Bulls San Antonio Gunslingers game back on March 13th. So head coach Victor Mann is familiar with how these officials like to operate the game. He's aware of the knowledge that they have of the game and, you know, the things that they're still trying to learn about arena football that may be different from regulation football outdoors. And so that's typically what a lot of those conversations are between Victor Mann and the officials, is just making sure that everybody's on the same page and that, you know, there's no miscommunications about it.
For sure.
But we are en route to a shutout here at the moment, with North Texas currently up 22-0 here. Game currently says we are at about the 4-minute mark, a little bit below that here in the 2nd quarter. Ben Hill now ready for the ensuing kickoff. Arm in the air as he launches this one away. It's another high kick. This one will be returned at the 6 by West Texas and flattened at the 15 that time is number 7, Dre Woozy.
And we have a flag on the field too.
Yep, we've got flag down at around the 15-yard line. Officials are still discussing the call.
3 minutes, 12 seconds remaining in the 2nd period.
It'll be a 1st down and 10 at the moment for West Texas. On the 15-yard line is the original spot, but I believe they're going to call it unsportsmanlike conduct or an unnecessary roughness on the North Texas Bulls.
Indeed, just a little extra at the end of that play.
So that'll move the line of scrimmage way up for West Texas to midfield. The Buccaneers will now take over with a 1st and 10 right at midfield at the 25.
Correction, 10 yards.
So there is you know, typically in outdoor football, the penalties for unsportsmanlike conduct would be 15 yards. In arena football, because the field is only 50 yards long, it's just a 10-yard penalty. So unsportsmanlike conduct moves West Texas up from the 15 to the 25. As the field has been flipped, I believe.
It has.
And so now we've got a 1st and 10 for West Texas here at midfield. This is Dawson Lawson in the shotgun. Takes the snap, immediately rolls right, and he's just going to take off with it. Inside the 20 and shouldered out of bounds that time by Demarius Cooksey.
Cooksey gave him a little extra Sunday cooking on that one.
That's a 7-yard run or scramble there by Dawson Lawson. That'll make it a 2nd down and 3 coming up for West Texas. So the Buccaneers able to get a solid gain there on 1st down. Demarius Cooksey still brought in the heat with a tough shoulder tackle.
Maybe a different look for the Buccaneers and see if they can score in this offensive end.
Lawson takes the snap on 2nd and 3. Fires over the middle. This one's going to go over the top of the head of his intended receiver that time, Dre Woozy, number 7. Lawson also got shoved to the ground by Melvin Terry that time as he made the throw. So that incompletion will now make it 3rd down and 2 for West Texas. Ball on the 17-yard line still. Lawson gets the call from his offensive coordinator over on the sideline. That's Curtis Williams, the offensive coordinator for West Texas. Just trying to figure out what he wants to do here with his offense, considering the fact that his starting quarterback's not really out there right now. He's currently working with his backup, Dawson Lawson.
For sure, and for this Buccaneers unit, they have to score right here because they did not start the game with the ball. So Bulls will have it in the 2nd half.
3rd and 2 for the Bucs at the 17. Lawson's under center, fumbles the snap. Trey Harlan's got him, and Trey Harlan throws him down for the sack.
Like a rag doll. Oh, man.
That's going to be a loss of, make it 6 yards. Ball is marked back at the North Texas 24-yard line. 2nd sack of the game now for Trey Harlan.
An outstanding job. The nimble technician really working the line of scrimmage and getting back there and sacking Lawson and forcing a long yardage 4th down.
As I said, Dom now makes it a 4th and long situation, 4th and 9 to be exact, from the North Texas 24 here for the Buccaneers. And now at quarterback, we've got Anthony Ellison. And hold on, flags fly before this one can happen, and it looks like it's going to be another false start on West Texas.
False start.
That'll be their 4th one of the game.
42 seconds remaining in the 2nd quarter.
So with the false start, that should move the Buccaneers back 5 yards from the 24 inside of enemy territory back to their own 21. Still 4th down. It's a 4th and 14 following the false start. Anthony Ellison, the wide receiver, is still in at quarterback here now for the Buccaneers. He's got 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Takes the snap. It's a low bouncing snap. He's immediately got to scramble away. Breaks 1 tackle. Now Demarius Cooksey's on top of him. Meshach Williams comes from behind as well, too, to clean it up. And that will be, I believe, a gain of 1, technically, for West Texas. But nonetheless, it's still going to be a turnover on downs for the Bulls. And so North Texas will take over inside of enemy territory.
And a little under 40 seconds for Kent Jr. to operate and get into the end zone yet again before the half.
So the North Texas Bulls up 22-0 at the moment. We'll begin this next offensive drive with a 1st and 10 inside of enemy territory. Ball is marked on the 22-yard line. Robert Kent Jr. is under center. He's got 2 receivers to the right. Clinton Solomon solo is to the left. Kent Jr. takes the snap. Firing end zone, looking for Chris Franklin, back shoulder. That one's going to be a bit too low that time. Franklin went diving to the ground, hit him in the hands as he fell to the ground. That one will be incomplete. 2nd down and 10 coming up for North Texas.
Man, and that was a great throw. Had to come back to the ball for Franklin, but, you know, still have an opportunity for the Bulls to score with 31 seconds left in the half.
Still at the 30-second mark here in the first half for the North Texas Bulls. At least to our knowledge, 2nd down and 10 here now for the Bulls at the West Texas 22. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left again for Robert Kent Jr., who drops back, fires right, completes it at the 15. Chris Franklin has the catch at the 14, now tries to shake a man at the 11, and he'll finally get chopped down. And we've got a flag flying at the end of this play, back near the original line of scrimmage. It looks like it's going to be an unsportsmanlike call on one of the, either West Texas or North Texas. It was 2 different players getting into it. Number 77, Walter Waldo, was getting chippy with the North Texas running back, number 22, Taylor Martin.
You know, you have a big fan club.
I know, I really do. We got more people tapping me on the shoulder trying to talk to me, and I'm like, guys.
Mr. Famous,
I know.
say.
We're kind of in the middle of the fan zone here a little bit, so, you know.
On the concourse, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's not like we're in a press box or something, which I like being this close to the field. It's fantastic. But a couple of fans, you know, maybe they recognize me from the first game or something. Trying to be kind, but also, guys, I've got a broadcast going on here now. So the officials were clearing up this unsportsmanlike conduct call. It's resulted in the North Texas Bulls having a 1st and 10 in the same spot on their own 22, or on the West Texas 22. Robert Kent Jr. is under center for this one. All 3 receivers are to the left. Kent Jr. drops back, firing left, end zone. Clinton Solomon's there, and he's got both feet in. Touchdown, North Texas Bulls. It's solo again.
And he was solo on the back of the end zone for that one. Outstanding job from Solomon, working across the field and only where his receiver could get it. I thought that was towards me.
Look at Clinton Solomon throwing the ball to a fan in the stands here right in front of us following that touchdown.
I thought it was towards me. I felt that energy.
2nd receiving touchdown of the game now for Clinton Solomon. That is his 3rd of the season, as North Texas now goes up 28-0 here late in the first half. And before we get into this extra point, some more discussions going on between head coach Victor Mann and the officials.
You know, outstanding job for this offense, really working their way. And, you know, overall, this Bulls unit is really outstanding. Already almost scoring 30 points in the first half. And, man, Chris Solomon and Autry and Kent Jr., they're all on target right now. So, outstanding job for them.
So, everything's been cleared up following the touchdown. And now Ben Hill is once again out there for a PAT. I know Victor Mann is just wanting so bad for Ben Hill to get his first point after attempt of the season. And so here he is out there again, despite the first 2 failing.
Third time's a charm.
Yeah, I mean, they've been tough snaps too, so you can't blame Hill, who's able to connect this one on a late snap. And hold on, there's some confusion going on off the tip. It was kind of a squib kick by Ben Hill to an extent. He kind of just made contact with the top of the ball there. Ended up just launching straight into the offensive line. It was snagged up by Marcel Brooks, and then everyone just started going after the ball.
You know, for Coach Mann, that's the only mistakes that he has in this game so overall. So I would think in the second half, look for more two-point conversions just to up the ante on the score, because they're already up 28-0.
And following the missed PAT there again, score remains 28-0. Clock says we've got just 11 seconds left here in the first half.
28-0 Bulls. 28 seconds, 11 seconds left. Still on the clock.
And it looks like we've got another timeout by the officials. And they need to clear some things up before this next ensuing kickoff.
Just working out the kinks, you know, in this first home game for the Bulls, and just really the, relatively speaking, third game of the season.
Yeah, I mean, definitely agree with you there, Dom. I mean, it's still just the third game of the year for the North Texas Bulls. Technically the first game of the year for the West Texas Buccaneers, and these officials are not 100% experienced with Arena League football.
Sure.
They are much more used to outdoor football, so it's not that they don't know the game and they don't know the rules. They just got to make sure that, you know, there's 5 of them out there. They got to make sure that all of them are on the same page about the calls that are being made and what's going on for, you know, future call purposes and you know, just for future games in general.
5 has to work as one, and just like any football team, they have to gel together and make sure everybody knows their job and know their assignment.
Ben Hill has the ball on the tee as he's prepared to launch this kick back to the West Texas Buccaneers now. Arm is in the air and foot connects with Pigskin. This one's going to be deep in about the midpoint of the end zone. Returned by Andre Dennis. Dennis has nowhere to go. He is absolutely planted by the North Texas special teams back at the 2-yard line, it looks like. Tackle made that time by number 6, Brett Reese Jr., and number 15, Clifton Rhodes were both in on the tackle.
This kickoff coverage team is doing an outstanding job and not giving the Buccaneers any chance to be in a shot, you know, on the plus side of the field. They're in a shot of their end zone.
So we've got just 3 seconds left on the clock, and we've got another unsportsmanlike conduct call on the North Texas Bulls, their second of the first half. They will move the ball up 10 yards now following the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty to the 15-yard line, and that is where this next 1st and 10 will begin for the West Texas Buccaneers. So at quarterback, beginning this drive for West Texas, is number 3, Anthony Ellison, who ended the last drive as quarterback for the Bucs. Here he is in the shotgun on 1st and 10, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Takes the low snap, steps up in the pocket, trying to get away from the pass rush. North Texas has got him wrapped up, and he's going down again. It's Trey Harlan again.
The first half, 28-0. Bulls. Let's go.
And after the 2-yard loss on the sack, it makes it a 2nd down and 12, but we believe that this is meant to be the end of the first half. We're not sure here, folks.
Maybe an untimed down.
Correction. We'll replay that back.
It is a replay of the down.
So they're keeping the clock rolling. 2nd down and 12 now for the West Texas Bucs following the sack by Trey Harlan, his 3rd of the game. Here's Ellison in the shotgun. Same formation as the last play. Takes the snap, no time. He's scrambling for his life again, and Anthony Ellison's going to go down again for another sack. This time it's Melvin Terry, the first one there. Had some help from his fellow Bulls teammates to clean it up.
Second quarter.
Now a third down coming up here for the West Texas Bucks back at the 10-yard line. It's now a 3rd down and 15 situation here for the Buccaneers following 2 straight sacks by the North Texas Bulls. First one was made by Trey Harlan. Second one was made by Melvin Terry. That was Terry's first sack of the season. So now here's Anthony Ellison on 3rd and 15. Ball on their own 10 as he takes the low snap. More pressure from North Texas. Ellison's able to step up in the pocket and get away from the initial pressure, though. Now he takes off, and he is taken down from behind once again by Mr. number 50, Melvin Terry.
I don't know how Lawson got out of that one, but he luckily did, because that would have been another loss of down. Tackle for loss, I beg your pardon. And, you know, the Buccaneers are trying to find any and everything for them to score.
So they're going to give Anthony Ellison an official gain of 1 on that last play on the QB scramble. So it's a tackle for Melvin Terry, not a sack on that last play. So now it'll be a 4th and 9 here for the West Texas Bucks. Ball on their own 16. Anthony Ellison is in the shotgun still at quarterback. Same formation as the last play. Takes the snap. Not as much pressure this time as he flicks it downfield, and that one is going to just bounce into the turf near the far sideline and incomplete. Intended receiver that time was number 6, is running back Damian Davis.
And guess what? That offense is back on the field, almost kind of like a Texas Tech field, air raidish, and they can score anytime.
West Texas once again turns the ball over on downs. And that'll make it a 1st and 10 situation for the North Texas Bulls, once again deep inside of enemy territory. This one will begin at the 16-yard line as Robert Kent Jr. continues to lead the show here for North Texas. He's already got 3 passing touchdowns here in the first half, 1 to Chris Franklin, 2 to Clinton Solomon. Franklin is lined up behind the line of scrimmage on the left side of the field. All 3 receivers are lined up on the left side of the field. Franklin will be the one coming in forward motion. The running back is Taylor Martin, standing behind Kent Jr. Kent Jr. takes the snap, flicks it out left, completes the pass to Brett Reese Jr. on the screen pass. Reese Jr. lowers the shoulder at the goal line and hammers his way into the end zone. Touchdown, North Texas Bulls.
Outstanding block from up front from Solomon, getting Reese into the end zone. And yet again, on one play, this unit is back in the end zone.
1 pass, 1 catch on a screen for 15 yards and a touchdown, his first of the season, to the 6'2", 200 man out of Ouachita Baptist, Brett Reese Jr. And that is now the 4th passing touchdown of the game for starting quarterback Robert Kent Jr. and his 12th of the season. Still no interceptions on the year for Kent Jr. as well.
Clicking on all cylinders. And by the way, Ouachita. Figured it out. I've finally, you know, had a few friends go up there. Ouachita.
And the 2-point conversion is going to be handled by the starting quarterback, Robert Kent Jr. Sometimes it's the backup, Vernon Sharp. Kent Jr., though, leading the way here on the 2-point conversion after trying to kick it the last 3 scores. Kent Jr. goes with a toss right to his running back, Martin. Taylor Martin gets there to the edge, and he's able to reach across the goal line and get inside the pylon for 2.
Made up for a few points that was missed by the kicker for the Bulls. But,
yeah, Ben Hill.
You know, just another opportunity for the Bulls to get back on the field and capitalize on another mistake for the Buccaneers.
So the score is now 34-0. Or 36-0, my mistake. 36-0. North Texas over the West Texas Buccaneers. And it's just, it doesn't seem like North Texas can be stopped, Dom. There's nothing that they're doing that's wrong. Everything they touch has turned to gold except for, honestly, just kicking PATs.
You're right on that. Outside the PATs, it's like they getting any and everything possible on the offensive and defensive end. And outstanding job for Coach Mann, really telling his guys, keep your foot on the gas, all gas, no brakes.
So 3 different receivers now have touchdowns here in the first half for North Texas. Chris Franklin caught the first one. The next 2 were by Clinton Solomon. All of his teammates call him solo. And then the third that you just witnessed was that 15-yard screen pass completion to number 6, Brett Reese Jr. So now with a 36-0 lead, West Texas is looking for something to get themselves going here before the end of the first half.
You know, just something like you said. They're trying to figure out their quarterback situation, the penalty situation, and just a chance for them to actually, you know, go down and actually score.
Brett Reese Jr. is, he hasn't actually caught a lot of passes this season at all, but seems like they designed that play, that screen pass specifically for him. Got some great blocking from both of his guys as Ben Hill now launches away the ensuing kickoff. This one's going to be returned by Andre Dennis inside the end zone. And a hurdle at the 5-yard line by West Texas, and then flipping down and around the 7. That time is actually number 6, Damian Davis, the running back.
Outstanding coverage right there from LaDon Hudson. Before that hurdle, clipped him right there on the bottom of his ankles. And yet again, they're in the shadows of their end zone. And hopefully, this Bulls unit can get yet another stop and bring their offense back on the field.
So Hudson flips the running back Damian Davis on the kickoff there, as you just saw on the replay. And now it's a 1st down and 10 for West Texas. Ball on their own 7-yard line. Still leading the show at quarterback is number 3, Anthony Ellison. He's listed as a wide receiver. At this point, he's essentially the 3rd-string quarterback for West Texas. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left here for him on 1st and 10. Ellison takes the snap, low snap, fires with pressure in his face, and that one's intercepted downfield by Dwayne Autry.
But a flag.
And yeah, there's a flag way down the field near the opposite 20-yard line. Marcel Brooks was covering the intended receiver that time, Andre Dennis, and Brooks gave Dennis a bit of a shove near the end of the play, and I believe this one's going to be pass interference.
And he has to use that inflatable sideline as his best friend. All you have to do is run him towards the sideline, because you have Autry playing center field and getting that interception, which he did. You see the frustration on his face.
Yeah, Dwayne Autry is, I mean, anytime that, you know, a play that he makes gets taken away, he gets a little emotional, as you can see right there, number 42, Meshach Williams, trying to calm him down a little bit, say, hey, man, you got next play, don't worry about it.
And a guy like him, who's a jack of all trades and who has a knack for the ball, he's not going to be out of any play anytime soon.
So after the pass interference call on the North Texas Bulls, that moves West Texas up to their own 13-yard line, I believe. Or we're still maybe waiting for the chain gang to move this thing up and the officials the ball. Yes, they will. Ball's going to be placed up at the 21 now following the pass interference.
The big question for the Buccaneers is, can they finally get some points on the board? They've been searching for any and everything, and the penalties have really killed them on every drive. And a turnover, Trey Harlan.
Low snap here on 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Ellison can't touch the football, wasn't able to maintain the snap, and then here comes number 0, Trey Harlan, just flipping right on top of it to snag up the fumble at the 11.
Right on cue with the turnovers yet again.
And that is the first fumble recovery of the season for Trey Harlan, 2nd for the North Texas Bulls as a team.
Like you said early in the pregame show, he may be on pace to have a MVP type of season. Already has well over 2 sacks from this first game, forced fumble, a lot of tackle for losses, and just picking up that recovery, hey, he's on pace to have a great one.
North Texas back out there now with a 1st and 10. Ball is on the West Texas 11-yard line. Here's Robert Kent Jr. under center. Calls Tavis Holland in forward motion. It's going to be a handoff up the gut to the running back, Taylor Martin. Martin squeezing in between the initial tacklers for the Buccaneers to get himself inside the 10 down to about the 6, making a gain of 6 on 1st down. 2nd down and about 5 coming up now for the Bulls. Deep inside of Bucs territory, ball is on the 6-yard line. Kent Jr. looks like he's going to go under center here again with Taylor Martin behind him, and he will. And now we've got whistles blowing for, I believe, another timeout.
A lot of timeouts from the Buccaneers. More timeouts than touchdowns.
And I actually think this is going to be an official timeout. The Bucs have already used all 3 of their timeouts in the half.
Especially in that first quarter as well.
During halftime, there will be a punt, pass, and throw competition, as we'll take a bit of a short break during halftime. We'll come back on the air for a halftime report before we get back to 3rd quarter action. The officials still working things out around the 5-yard line. I'm just curious as to what they feel like they needed to clarify here, maybe, Dom.
You know, to be honest, I don't even know what they could clarify. Maybe the yardage, maybe timeouts. There's really no clarification on anything on the field that I'm seeing.
So now coming out of the official timeout, North Texas gets back to work with a 2nd and goal. Ball is on the 6-yard line. Robert Kent Jr. is under center. All 3 receivers are on the right side of the field. Kent Jr. takes the snap. Plenty of time to throw. Flicks it over the middle, and it's a caught touchdown by the big man, Brandon Bishop.
What I tell you, linemen can catch too. They got the best hands on the field. Outstanding job from Bishop, just being patient, working across the middle, and scoring an easy touchdown.
Bishop marked himself as the tight end, as we discussed during pregame. So he's an eligible receiver downfield as a tight end, and he snags that one right up for a big man touchdown. The hometown player here for North Texas, guy who's lived in Fort Worth for a lot of his life, scores his first touchdown of the 2021 season. Here on the 2-point conversion, it's a toss right to Clifton Rhodes, the wide receiver, and Rhodes is able to spin his way into the end zone for 2.
Man, oh man, this offense is clicking, and it's scary just because it's still the first half.
And now following that score, that makes the score 44-0. North Texas just continues to pile it on here over the Buccaneers.
They're on pace for 80, 40 and a half. Hey, on pace.
And I'm hearing that we are also nearing the end of the 2nd quarter shortly. There's about a minute left in the half. And there's currently an injury in the back right corner of the end zone. That's a West Texas Buccaneer. That'll give us a second to announce that this injury timeout is brought to you by Texas Muscle Activation. Make sure you check them out at Texas Muscle Activation on social media or at texasmuscleactivation.com for more information on their process and how they can help you today. Once again, this injury timeout is brought to you by Texas Muscle Activation, an official sponsor and partner of the North Texas Bulls. And it looks like the man who got hurt on that last play for the West Texas Buccaneers was number 5, Andre Dennis. Dennis was able to make his way to the sideline on his own power. And I believe that's actually going to be the end of the first half, as the West Texas team starts to make their way to the locker room, and so is North Texas. And yes, that is the end of the first half, ladies and gentlemen. So after 2 quarters of play, your score 44 North Texas Bulls, 0 for the West Texas Bucks. As we head into halftime, my partner Dominic Henry and I will go ahead and take a short break for a couple of minutes, and then we'll come back on the air for a quick halftime report before we get started with third quarter action. You're listening to the North Texas Bulls live here from the Fort Worth Convention Center.
All right, we got the winning pot drawing. Win the pot. The number is 078. That's 078. Bring it to the DJ booth if you have that number. Thank you.
We want to shout out all the small businesses in the building. Events Are Us, Truck 1, CW33. If you are a small business, thank you for being a small business. Let's go, DJ. Yeah, so we do have merchandise outside. All my North Texas Bulls fans, make some noise, please. All my North Texas Bulls fans, make some noise, please. We got t-shirts, we got hoodies, koozies, face masks. If we don't have it, we can make it. Please, enjoy yourself. North Texas Bulls, make some noise. Yeah. Let's go. North Texas Bulls, make some noise, y'all. Anybody got a birthday today? Anybody got a birthday today? I'm giving away a t-shirt. Anybody got a birthday today? Anybody? We can't do tail. Anybody got a birthday today? Anybody? You got one today? I'm coming to check your ID right now. Come on, DJ, let's go. Hey, y'all see that cowboy in the middle of the field right now? Do me a favor, make some noise. He turned 21 today. He could go all the way. Let's go. Touchdown. Shout out to all the parents that brought their kids today. All the real parents, make some noise, y'all. North Texas Bulls, make some noise. We're gonna go old school for a little bit. Let's go. Yeah. Fort Worth was in the building. Is Fort Worth in the building? CW33, truck one. Events are us. Let's go. Yeah. I heard Prime was in the building, y'all. I heard Prime was in the building, y'all. My Prime brothers, let's go! DJ Push on the ones and twos. Yeah. If you came here to see the North Texas Bulls, make some noise! All right.
Welcome back in here to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Grayson Ouellette. Alongside me is Dominic Henry. I like to call him Dom, though. And after 2 quarters of play, the score here in this American Arena League Week 3 matchup from the Fort Worth Convention Center. Your hometown North Texas Bulls 44, the visiting West Texas Buccaneers 0. And not only do the North Texas Bulls hold a 44-point lead, but they're also going to get the ball to start the second half as number 77, Walter Waldo, has his arm in the air ready to boot this one away for the West Texas Buccaneers. It's actually going to be an onside kick picked up by North Texas at the 15-yard line, and it's Brett Reese Jr. going in from the 10-5 touchdown North Texas Bulls.
Well, I guess that was a mistake, but, you know, half 100 on them already, and it's not even 8 seconds into the second half.
Now, you go ahead and correct me if I'm wrong, Dom, as you see the replay there, Chris Franklin just walking it in from about 15 yards out on that onside kickoff return. But both opening kickoffs of the game for North Texas, both the one at the beginning of the first quarter and now here at the beginning of the second half, returned for touchdowns. And
that's just a credit to the blocking up front on that kickoff unit and just guys that want to get to the end zone.
That's now the second touchdown of the game for Brett Reese Jr. He had a 15-yard receiving touchdown earlier in the first half. That was Brett Reese Jr. And this time he takes it 15 yards out on the kickoff return. Thought for a second there it might have been Chris Franklin. It was actually Brett Reese Jr. So now on the PAT attempt, it is going to be a 2-point conversion attempt for the North Texas Bulls as Robert Kent Jr., the starting quarterback, is under center. It's going to be a handoff right up the gut to his running back, Taylor Martin. And Martin hammers his way straight up the middle into the end zone for 2. That is his third 2-point conversion run of the night.
And we have to give credit to Abram, Castle, and Bishop as they're injuring on the field. They're doing an outstanding job in the run game and really just paving the way for the running back, Martin, to find his way through the defense of the Buccaneers.
And it looks like there were 2 Bucks down on the field for a second there. One of them has stood up. The man that is already up on his feet is Ruben Morales. The guy who is now back up on his feet on his own power and making his way to the sideline is Tainari LeBlanc. Want to let you know that this injury timeout was brought to you by Texas Muscle Activation. As every timeout during a North Texas Bulls football game is brought to you by that awesome team over there at Texas Muscle Activation, TexasMuscleActivation.com, or same thing, at Texas Muscle Activation on all their social media. As the North Texas Bulls extend their lead before the second half can really get started to 52-0.
Man, that's on pace. Like Coach Mann said, if it's not 80+, he's very disappointed. Well, I think his players they heard that very spiel, and now they want an opportunity to score 80+ and to keep a goose egg on the board. It might not be Easter, but they're trying to keep the goose egg on the board.
Yeah, somebody was asking me during halftime, they're like, do you know the last time there might have been a shutout in arena football? And
I don't think that's ever.
I'm not sure if it's ever happened. It would be a very rare occurrence at the very least, as the North Texas kicker, Ben Hill, has his arm in the air and connects foot to pigskin once again for the first kickoff of the second half by North Texas. And West Texas now chooses to not return this one for the first time tonight. Just going to take the touchback in the end zone. And you could tell the Bulls a little disappointed. Hold on, I think that's
flags.
A safety.
Well, there's 2 flags.
You know, I got to admit, I forget about this rule. I don't believe in an arena football you're allowed to kneel it.
No, not at all.
I don't think you're allowed. Yeah, you're not allowed to kneel it in the end zone in arena football. You have to take it out. So that's an intentional safety by the West Texas Buccaneers.
Well, just to mention, in regular arena football, well, you can, as it does hit off the crossbar, you can actually take it back. And sometimes you can score on that if it hits off the crossbar correctly. But in the AAL, a lot of these kicks you can't take out.
You know, even my outdoor football tendencies get to me sometimes. And you can see the officials have brought a couple of those Buccaneers players over to, you know, just explain to them real quick to be like, hey. As the score extends now to 54-0.
No, Texas Bulls, make some noise, yeah?
The Buccaneers will now have to kick this ball back to North Texas.
52-0.
Well, that's for the Buccaneers, you know, if
you're going to learn today.
Like you said, the Buccaneers, you know, they're really doing, you know, this harm to themselves, really, just because there's no opportunity for them to score. And also, that safety right there, that kind of put the nail in the coffin in a sense.
Yep, and now, hold on, we've got an official timeout once again. And there's going to be a timeout for West Texas before this next kickoff.
And like we mentioned, this is their first game of the season. They're supposed to have one on the 27th of March. It didn't happen because of technicality rules. So for them, this is their first game jitters, trying to figure out the AAL. And for the Bulls, it's really their second game, and they're on pace to really have a great season.
Yeah, you know, you may have been listening to our pregame show when we're talking about, you know, the team's goals for the year and what head coach Victor Mann expects out of his team. And we said it during pregame. Victor Mann wants an undefeated North Texas Bulls schedule. He wants a playoff appearance and he wants a championship. And anything outside of that is considered a bust of a season to this North Texas Bulls organization. And there's a reason why in their first season they got that kind of goal, because they truly believe that they are that good, and they truly believe that they have the talent to make that happen. And I think tonight and this afternoon right now is a perfect example of why they feel that way.
You know why they feel that way? It's the swagger of their coach. Players take from what their coach says. So for Coach Mann to say that, their players, they take a custom to it, like, you know what, we can do the same thing too. We have to believe in ourselves, and we have a cohesive unit to get the job done.
And he's talked to a lot of his players multiple times about this too. He says, hey, you know what? Everybody on this team may not have the goal of getting back to the NFL or getting up to the NFL, but he says you better be playing like you are or else I'm going to put you on the bench real quick.
For sure, and that's a credit to the coaching staff and also players holding each other accountable. That's a big thing, just because when you get in really, you may not feel like it's the NFL, but as a kid goes out of bounds, but it's an opportunity for you to still play the game that you truly love.
Yeah, this kickoff has launched into the out-of-bounds area outside the closer wall here. And so the North Texas Bulls will take over with a 1st and 10, I believe. Ball will be at the, I think, at the midfield line at the 25.
It will.
Because of where it went out. It went out right at the 25. And actually, they're going to mark it out even closer. Inside of West Texas territory at the 23 is where the Bulls will begin their first technical offensive drive of the second half.
And for this offense, the rich just keeps getting richer.
Robert Kent Jr. is under center. He's got 2 receivers to the left side of the field. Clint Solomon solo is to the right. Kent Jr. calls Chris Franklin in motion forward, fires left. It's Tavis Holland, catch at the 10, 5, walks it in, touchdown, North Texas Bulls. Tavis Holland.
Man, that is a dot. Outstanding job from Holland, and wide open. Kent, or I beg your pardon, Robert Jones. He really saw that, and hey, got him right to the end zone.
We've got a flag down back at the line of scrimmage.
Flag on the play.
The head official has picked it up. We haven't seen the call yet. Not sure if he's just picking up the flag or what. It looks like that flag is going to get picked up. It's a no call, whatever it was going to be. And so the touchdown stands from Robert Kent Jr. to Travis Holland, or Tavis Holland. I was about to say Travis. Tavis Holland, he might get onto me for that one.
He might.
These players like to, but that's the relationship we've got. So Tavis Holland, first actually reception of the game is a 23-yard touchdown. That's his 2nd of the season.
You know, he's joining the party with Solomon and Franklin, and hey, he had a party in the end zone, so might as well for Robert Kent to give him an opportunity to get in the end zone.
Robert Kent Jr. has now completed 5 passing touchdowns to 4 different receivers. Chris Franklin and Tavis Holland each have 1. Clint Solomon's got 2, and Brett Reese Jr.'s got a receiving touchdown as well, as Ben Hill, the North Texas kicker, is out here to once again try to attempt to
4 times the charm?
Yeah, 4 times maybe the charm. He is anticipating making his first PAT of the season.
And that's the only hiccup in this ball game, if you're frankly honest, because the Bulls have been clicking on all cylinders, offensively, defensively, but not on the special teams unit. And I know Coach Mann has to be very frustrated about that, and he has to give his kicker one more opportunity.
Snap gets fumbled. Tavis Holland's got to pick it up and go down. And Ben Hill's talking to him, saying, like, man, you had it. He had it on the first grip there, and then it kind of just slipped out of his hands. And, yeah, just went into the turf, and he's got to just accept the fate there of not getting the 2-point conversion, or the PAT.
And you see, Coach Mann, you can just see that look on his face like, man, if we only add a few more of those extra points, could be up 63, 64 to nothing right now.
But you saw on that last completion on the touchdown from Robert Kent Jr. to Tavis Holland that Holland, he may stand at just 5'9", one of the shorter guys on this team, but he makes up for it with a ton of speed, and he can get down the field quick. For
sure, the speedster, and he really breaks the defense down at any time of the game, and he's very versatile in what he does. And for Robert Kent, just to have that trust and reliability for him, it's an outstanding job.
Tavis Holland had 6 catches for 60 yards and a touchdown in North Texas's first game, and that win against San Antonio. As I mentioned earlier, that was his first catch here to this afternoon. He's now got 1 for 23 yards and a score. That was the 2nd of the season. As the Bulls are now prepared for this next ensuing kickoff, they've officially capped 60 points. 60-0 is now your score. North Texas over West Texas.
You know, only 20 points from 80, and as fast as offense is going, I would not be surprised they get it in the next 5 to 10 minutes of this third quarter.
Ben Hill once again launches this one deep in about the mid part of the end zone. Taken out, it's Andre Dennis. And Dennis gets flung to the turf immediately that time by number 7, Marcel Brooks.
Outstanding job from Brooks on that coverage unit yet again. Almost got away with a face mask, but yet again, this Buccaneers offense start in the dooms of their own end zone.
Yeah, he was close to, I think, getting a piece of the face mask there. And, you know, normally if face mask is caught, you'll see the guy who took it just stand up and be like, come on, man, you got to call. But Dennis didn't get up in motion for that at all. So.
And credit to the rest for letting them play as well, not having a ticky-tack call.
Yeah, I think Marcel Brooks caught Dennis just like right there on his outside shoulder and just flung him down with ease as the officials now call, I believe, an official timeout. So as you mentioned, score is still 60-0. North Texas not only looking to try and maybe cap 90 to 100 points today, Dom, but they're possibly looking for the one and only Arena League shutout that you might have the chance to see. I don't know if you're ever going to see an opportunity like this.
I've never seen an opportunity like this before. And just to mention, this is a statement game for them because you still have 5 games left. And to think about it, you still have the Buccaneers yet again. One more time, you have the Wild from Austin twice, and then you still have the Gunslinger. So this is a statement game for this division. Say, hey, we're here to play, and we're here to wreck every single team in our way.
Yeah, I would agree because, you know, that Week 1 62-48 win was a bit of a closer matchup. But here today, I think a statement game is certainly what North Texas is putting up right now. As the Buccaneers are now prepared to begin this next drive following the official timeout with a 1st and 10, ball on their own 4-yard line. This is the 3rd-string quarterback, Anthony Ellison, in the shotgun. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Ellison takes the low snap, tries to dump it off to the right on a quick little screen pass. It was a low pass at that intended for number 22, Q Smith, the running back. Smith just bounced right off his hands into the dirt, incomplete. 2nd down and 10 coming up.
And you see the distraught on Ellison's face. He needs something just to take back to West Texas because right now they're not looking too good.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, being in that position where, honestly, Ellison's just out there as a utility 3rd-string quarterback. He's listed as a wide receiver. He wasn't even the original backup. That was Dawson Lawson, number 88, but now he's out there running the show at QB. So here's Ellison on 2nd and 10 from the 4. Similar formation to the last play. Takes the snap. North Texas bringing pressure. Ellison flicks it downfield. He's got a man there. This one's going to be a bit too far out wide for his intended receiver, Damian Davis. And that'll be incomplete. Dwayne Autry was in the area on the coverage.
And yet again, if this Bulls defense get yet another stop, setting their offense back up inside the 5-yard line.
And I got to say, one thing that I really love about a roster adjustment that head coach Victor Mann has made to this North Texas Bulls defense from the San Antonio game to now is in that San Antonio game, Dwayne Autry was actually a linebacker, had a great game, 2 picks, one of them went back for a touchdown, but tonight he is a defensive back, and I think it's really suited him a lot better. He really looks like a fly-around safety out there, honestly.
And he's more free. He's able to really survey the field and pick his poison, pick where he wants to jump a route or lay back off one.
3rd down and 10. Ball still on the 4-yard line here for the West Texas Buccaneers on their first offensive drive of the 2nd half. Anthony Ellison is still standing in the end zone. Same formation as the last 2 plays. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Ellison calls his man in 4 in motion. That's Lawson. Low snap. Ellison's got to pick it up and take off. Tries to scramble away from Demarius Cooksey, and Cooksey is able to chip him down for the tackle right around the 7 or 8 yard line there. But hold on, we've got a flag toss back at around the 4.
Looked like Castle just jumped it a little too fast, and that will cost the Bulls an extra 5 yards.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen, Dom. That was a false start on Tyler Cassell. And so that'll give the Buccaneers a little bit more life on this drive and another opportunity to get the first. As the line of scrimmage got moved up 5 yards to the 8-yard line, it's now a 3rd and about 6 here for the Buccaneers. Ellison, another low snap, trying to scramble for his life. Cooksey knocks it out for a fumble. Two Bulls fall on top of it in the end zone. Flag down at the original line of scrimmage.
But we will have a penalty on the Bulls, like another false start.
Yeah, the officials haven't even marked this as a touchdown on the fumble. They are just going to go ahead and call the encroachment on North Texas. So the Buccaneers will once again catch some extra yards off of an encroachment by the Bulls. And that's going to make it an automatic first down here for West Texas now. So West Texas gets their first down, I believe, of the entire game, Dom.
Outstanding job for that Bulls team. Really keeping the Buccaneers just searching for answers.
And they get the first down off of a couple of false starts by North Texas. So that'll move the Buccaneers now up to the 13-yard line for a 1st and 10 situation. North Texas is getting a little antsy out there. They just want to get after them so quickly. Now here's Ellison ready to go. He's got 2 running backs in the backfield with him this time. It's going to be a handoff to Q Smith off the right side. Smith stiff-armed one man behind the line of scrimmage. Now moves his way up the far sideline past the 10 and shoved out of bounds technically around the 12 or 13. And Q Smith has not gotten off the turf yet.
Not at all. And, you know, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, it's still their 3rd injury of the afternoon.
Yeah, there's been a couple of unfortunate injuries today for West Texas, as Q Smith is now getting helped off the field with a bit of a limp there. This injury timeout was brought to you by Texas Muscle Activation. Check them out at TexasMuscleActivation.com or at Texas Muscle Activation on their social media. Q Smith will make his way to the sideline as the Buccaneers now face a 2nd down and 10 at their own 14. Ellison's in the shotgun, 2 receivers to the right, and he's also got 2 to the left here, including one of them being his running back. And now before Ellison can get this play underway, doesn't like what he sees, he's going to call another timeout. So I believe that's either the 1st or 2nd timeout
8 minutes,
of the 2nd half
in the 3rd quarter, guys.
for the Buccaneers.
I would take on the score.
Now, just to mention, a lot of meetings from this crew right here, and, you know, overall 60-0 for the Bulls.
60
but
to 0. Jesus Christ. Listen, if you're not having a good time, go to the bar, get something to drink, go to the concession stand. North Texas Bulls in the building, y'all.
We've got about 8.5 minutes left to go here in the 3rd quarter.
North Texas Bulls, make some noise, please. Injury time.
Legendary performance so far
it is
by the North Texas Bulls. As we mentioned, their next game will be a road matchup. They're going to head back on down to San Antonio on April 26th, 2 weeks, about 15 days from today, to have their 2nd matchup of the year with the San Antonio Gunslingers. And, you know, this is something that I was trying to harp on earlier, Dom, is, you know, you were talking about what a statement game this really is for North Texas, sending a message to the rest of the AAL saying that, man, we're the team to beat out here. And that's really especially due to the fact that their first game was 62-48.
for sure. And, you know, just looking up, referencing, from the Arena Football League, the most points in an Arena Football game was back in 2001 by the New York Dragons. They scored 99 points. So, hey.
North Texas still has some work to do if they want to beat that and cap 100. As on 2nd down and 10, West Texas goes with the fake snap, and they get North Texas to jump off sides again. And now look at the bull. Trey Harlan's making Melvin Terry do push-ups after that false start.
You know, you're just giving them free insurance at this point. And, you know, for Coach Mann and this Bulls team, you're up 60. That's great, but you got to clean up on the mistakes. You can't have these mistakes, especially against better teams like the Gunslingers, who can't keep up with you. Only lost by 14 points 2 weeks ago.
Gunslingers are certainly looking to get another opportunity at these North Texas Bulls 2 weeks from now at home at the Rose Palace.
And they have a lethal offense on their end out in San Antonio, so they can capitalize on the mistakes from the Bulls, so they have to clean it up, especially today.
Following the encroachment, it's 2nd down and 5 here now for the Buccaneers, ball on their own 18. Ellison calls the receiver in motion from left to right. Takes the snap, pressure in his face immediately from Meshach Williams. Tries to scramble out, hurdles a defender at the 19, shoved out of bounds at around the 21. I think he hopped over either Demarius Cooksey or LaDon Hudson there. I'm not sure, but what an athletic play that time by Anthony Ellison.
He had to get away from Meshach Williams, and he had a collision course going to that far sideline.
Couple of Bulls were in on that tackle near the far sideline. Looked like Ellison might have gotten a couple out of it, maybe a yard or two at the end. They're going to give him a 2-yard gain officially, so this will make it a 3rd down and 3 now for West Texas as they inch closer and closer to midfield. Ball's currently on their own 22-yard line. So Ellison's got 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left on 3rd down and 3 here as he stands in the shotgun. Ellison, low snap, trying to scramble away as North Texas brings the pressure, and he's going to get wrapped up for a sack on this one. He's not going to get away from Trey Harlan this time around. Meshach Williams also in on the mix there on the sack.
It's hard getting away from a guy 6'5", 290, and as strong and powerful as Trey Harlan is.
That's 3.5 sacks on the game now for Trey Harlan, as this will make it a 4th down and 4 situation coming up for West Texas following the 1-yard loss on the sack. And Dom, I believe I see a flag down on the field. Or that might just be a wristband or something. It's just a Yuppo wristband, I think, of some sort.
It is.
Yeah. Buccaneers. There's no punting in arena football, Dom. That's a rule I didn't mention earlier, but the Buccaneers don't have a choice. Even if they wanted to, they have to pass it. Or they have to go for it on 4th down.
And that's any arena football team in general, but, you know, you're kind of getting closer to the red zone. You have to, the yardage gets a little shorter, and you have to have the right play. And for the Buccaneers right now, 4th and 10, they got to find something, or this Bulls offense is back on the field for yet another opportunity to score.
I'm not sure what's happened, but apparently there was a flag as West Texas has moved up now inside of North Texas territory at the 20. And this is now a 1st down and 10 here for West Texas. As Ellison takes the snap and the shotgun, it's intercepted by LaDon Hudson. Hudson's at the 10. 5. Touchdown, North Texas Bulls.
Let's go!
And the former Carolina Panther, LaDon Hudson, snags that one right near the line of scrimmage and has basically no contest as he makes his way into the end zone.
An outstanding job from LaDon Hudson, reading the eyes of Lawson and just picking it back. And you saw the high step, kind of like Deion Sanders, and a little extra altercation on this side, the close near side of the sideline, but outstanding job from LaDon Hudson.
66-0 is now your score. Waiting on the PAT here from North Texas. Looks like the Bulls are going to go for 2. That is the first interception of the season for LaDon Hudson.
.5:30 in the 3rd quarter, guys. I want to give a shout out to the Pee-wee and the popcorn football team that's in the building tonight.
And we have, I believe, some more clarification going on between the officials, I believe, before this PAT. Been a couple of those in this one, trying to clear things up where there might be some miscommunication.
I'm telling you, it's dinner reservations. I'm telling you.
Yeah, maybe they're just smelling the popcorn and it's just making them hungry.
Man. But like we mentioned, LaDon Hudson, Autry, guys like those on that defense, they're doing an outstanding job and just really corralling the guys. And for Hudson, it's a great job.
I think this might be ball game, ladies and gentlemen.
It actually is.
Yeah, I see players shaking hands on the field. Helmets are coming off. I think
Texas Bulls make some noise!
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the ball game. I think that West Texas has chosen to forfeit the rest of the game. final score here in the season opener for the North Texas Bulls, 66-0. What a victory for North Texas in their home opener here from the Fort Worth Convention Center. I don't think that the Bulls disappointed in the first professional football game in 26 years.
I don't think they did an outstanding job from both teams. Well, especially for the Bulls, because the Bulls came out, had the hype around being the first arena team in the last 26 years. They did an outstanding job. Robert Kent, Solomon, Autry, everybody on this team really did an outstanding job, especially on offensive end.
You know, I was wondering if maybe the guys who stood out in the San Antonio game are going to be the same guys who stood out in this one. And honestly, there were a couple of new names. You know, Clint Solomon got his after being injured in the San Antonio game, but I think it was mostly the same guys leading this. And, you know, Taylor Martin, the new running back, had a good showing with the 2-point conversions, but it's the same guys who showed out against San Antonio. Chris Franklin had an acrobatic touchdown catch. Tavis Holland had a 23-yard score, and Dwayne Autry had another heck of a day on defense, and then LaDon Hudson put the exclamation point on the game with the interception return. For
sure, and like you said, same song, different verse. And for this team right now, they're on pace and doing a great job. Might not have got to 80 because of technicality rules, but, you know, overall, an outstanding job from this Bulls team, not letting up off the brakes at all, and, you know, overall doing a great job.
So, as we continue to wrap up the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't nobody move, don't nobody go
Hold on, we got something happening.
Everybody stop where you are. Everybody stop where you are, please. Thank you. Don't move, don't do nothing.
Well, I think they're trying to get the teams together for post-game prayer in the middle of the field.
Sure everybody go home to their family safe.
As we continue to wrap up this one here, ladies and gentlemen, just a couple things to harp on, including the next matchups for both teams. You mentioned it a couple times that the North Texas Bulls in their next matchup will be 15 days from now. They're going to hit the road as they take on the San Antonio Gunslingers for the second time in the 2021 season. First game, North Texas won back on March 13th, but this one will be on April 26th in San Antonio. So the Gunslingers going to get another shot at the Bulls. Bulls, as they advanced to 3-0, will look to defeat them for the second time in a row in 2021. As for West Texas, the Buccaneers in their next game are going to head back home to El Paso. They'll be playing a game in about 13 days, so just under 2 weeks. They'll be at home taking on the Austin Wild for the first time in the 2021 season as they fall today for their technical second straight game against the North Texas Bulls, now at 0-2 on the season. North Texas, in the meantime, is 3-0 as both teams continue for a moment of silence here in the middle of the field as we wrap up this one. And there we go. A couple of injuries today, Dom. West Texas now has to make a long drive home to El Paso. Seemed pretty appropriate to have them together and make sure that there weren't any hard feelings after the showing today from North Texas.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, for this Buccaneers team, a rough show today, but, you know, an opportunity for them to get back on this one and, you know, have a chance next week to get better and playing against the Wild.
Well, as we wrap up our broadcast here, ladies and gentlemen, want to give a couple of shout-outs and thank yous to several different people. First, we want to give a thank you to the Fort Worth Convention Center and all of the staff here for making us feel comfortable, giving us a great setup for today's North Texas Bulls victory. I want to give a thank you to our production team for putting on an amazing game here today. All of our cameramen, our producers, quality-wise, it was a great showing. And, of course, we want to thank all of our fans, whether you were here in person at the Fort Worth Convention Center or if you watched live on YouTube. Thank you for being a part of the first professional football game in 26 years here in downtown Fort Worth. One more time, the final score before we turn off. The North Texas Bulls come out on top over the West Texas Buccaneers, and they advance to 3-0 on the season. Final score, 66-0. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Grayson Alleged from my partner, Dominic Henry. We'll see you next time.